Come to order. We could please rise if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Good evening, everyone. Roll.
DeFord.
Here.
Genduso.
Here.
Hanson.
Here.
Hintz.
Here.
Drowsky.
Here.
Simmons.
Here.
Williams.
Here. Moving on to superintendent's reports.
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple of things from me as we have a full agenda, and I want to make sure we have plenty of time to hear comments from our community tonight. Tomorrow, Amy Swanson, who is our choir director at the high school, and myself have been invited to present at the Wisconsin Association of School Boards convention tomorrow on One Vision, Many Voices. Can you hear okay? Yeah. One Vision, Many Voices, and we just want to thank Amy Swanson for all of her work on behalf of our students and our community. She's got a couple of other exciting community connections coming up where there's going to be some actual live historical artifacts coming to the high school for students to get the opportunity to understand how those are cataloged in relation to some local music heroes. So we're really excited for that, and Amy and I are looking forward to presenting together tomorrow at convention. 145, that's right. We have completed most of our interim assessments. So as the board knows, we switched from MAPS to AIMSweb last year as we wanted to make sure we could really get some in-depth data on where our students were doing well and the really specific things we needed to work on with them. We're excited to share that that new progress monitoring tool has really helped us to target some shifts in our instructional practice and our interventions so that we are seeing some very large bright spots early on in our data, which is exciting. We'll give the board and the community a more formal report on all of those assessments in the coming weeks once they are all complete. And then lastly, I'm sure many of you got the notice if you have a student in our schools, but all area schools are actually going to be closed on Friday due to the cold temperatures. As a reminder, we only close school when we receive an extreme weather warning from the National Weather Service. So we are open tomorrow. We have high school exams going on right now, Thursday, January 22nd as scheduled. But we wanted, once we knew that the area schools were going to be closing, we wanted our families and our students to have as much notice as possible that Friday we will be closed. Our high school will continue tomorrow, their second day of exams, and then they'll move the last day of exams to Monday. Elementary and middle schools will be in regular session tomorrow and we'll resume classes as normal on Monday. So again, we wanted to make sure our families got that notice early so that they could plan for Friday and stay warm because it is going to be very cold. And that's it for me tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to move into public comments. Thank you everybody for coming tonight. I know it's a little chilly tonight. Before we move into public comments, I just want to remind everybody, so if you need to be a South Milwaukee resident in order to participate, typically we only have 45 minutes allocated for public comments, but because we have nice turnout tonight, we've extended to 60 minutes, 1 hour. You are limited to 5 minutes. Our board vice president will be keeping time and we'll give you a little warning. And just also a reminder that we cannot respond. So you're providing public comments and we're listening, and I will be taking plenty of notes, but we just can't respond directly to any questions or any information that you were looking for. And I will, and then we did get our forms, and Mr. Tremont was very diligent in collecting them in order, but there might be a few that may have slipped, so please forgive us. Just to try our best. Okay, we will begin. Mr. Zapecki.
Where do you want me?
Right up here.
Okay, might as well say right from the start, I'm opposed to the acquisition of this building, this white elephant or money pit as it's been known for the last 20 or 25 years. And I want to take you back to the late 90s when we were working on a referendum to put together to put this school on the referendum and to get it passed. Up to that point, I think 3 referendums had failed in different, categories of what they were trying to achieve, but this was the one that made sense, creating a campus. The referendum passed and we spent $46 million to put this building together. That was the largest referendum in the state at the time. And of course, I guess we got about half of that from the state to add to the coffers. So along with that, we built a school, football stadium, tennis courts, baseball field, performing arts center, the health center, 8th Mile walking track. It was a training center available to service all the other citizens of Milwaukee. And believe me, that was a tough coalition to get that referendum through. And the vote was about 60-40. Up to then, they were all failing about 60-40. And it was a little bit of everything. And I think you made a commitment at that time to let the seniors and citizens of South Milwaukee have access to the building so they could use it as a workout center. And that worked rather well, and it helped promote and get this referendum passed. And I supported it, and many of the people that are here at that time, Dave Keek and Mark Milinovich and Mark Connell, I think we were all behind it because it made sense. What you're proposing doesn't make any sense. We have 4 grade schools, elementary schools, 1 in each district that has a gymnasium. They have playgrounds outside. There are scattered playgrounds all over the city. 15th Avenue right here, Pennsylvania Avenue, Little League Park, not to include what's available at the county park at Grant Park. You have walking trails. You have walking trail through all of the Oak Creek Parkway. Runs by my house on Marion Avenue. I don't know what we need more in park and recs than we already have. And to be honest with you, I drive around the city during the week all the time. I never see any kids at these playgrounds. They're empty. And then I find out as I'm doing my research on this, that the football field with the walking track around it, the baseball field with AstroTurf, and football field with AstroTurf, and the tennis courts are locked most of the time. There's no access at all, unless you climb the fence, which I would have done when I was a kid, if I wanted to get in there. But you're not hospitable to what the community desired when they passed the referendum to get this thing going. And it doesn't make any sense to keep forward on this. Excuse me for a second. I'm trying to read my own notes, and that's not too easy. I read the contract that you have with Cudahy. I've read in 27 years in the public sector as an alderman, council president, finance director, and 9 as mayor, almost 9. I have never seen a worse contract put together in my life. And Dave Grant, who I know for many years, who researched it and sent you a letter about evaluating the contract, said this is ridiculous. I wish we were Cudahy. That's how good that contract is for Cudahy. It doesn't make sense. We're on the hook for $10 million for 20 years. They can back out in a year without any penalties. That doesn't, where do you guys think, who wrote this contract? And has he got any legal experience?
30 seconds, just a heads up.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, I don't want to see my property taxes go up. I'd like to see this go to referendum if you do anything, so all of the community can have a say so. And another thing, one last thing, no phones. I can't get the phone numbers from anybody. I tried at City Hall, I came to the school district, they wouldn't give me their phone numbers. I got 2 calls back, and thank God for Jen Seela sending out an email that they could call me anytime. So that's it. I want phone numbers when I leave tonight, or all of you can be recalled.
Thank you. Melanie Poser.
I'm not as angry as him because I took a lorazepam before I came. But yeah, like I said last time, I came to this all very late and I was looking at the school rec pages and started off with your September 3rd and September 24th meeting. You said about 120 residents came out to hear about what the committee was proposing during the September 3rd and September 24th public meetings. I noticed there were significantly less people at the September 24th public workshop in comparison to the September 3rd meeting. And after that September 24th meeting, you had said, you can probably recognize that from your website. After tonight, Community Rec Center will review the feedback. Potential next steps may include another workshop, a community-wide survey, pursuing other options and doing more research. What happened to the idea of a community-wide survey? We had about 600 signers opposed to the idea, obtained at just 3 signings. I believe we would have received many more had we been able to find businesses that would welcome us. Most signers of the petition hadn't even heard about the idea. They were angry and worried and upset. As a side note, the public library, which we pay for and is a public place, refused to allow us to hold a petition signing there, which is funny because the Common Council will now be asking for a referendum for over 400,000 to keep it running. I thought this would be the next thing to rally the troops against, but then I remembered the elderly people who need an indoor track. Perhaps they can start walking in circles in the inside of the library. Another note, a trusted source told me there are only about 30 paying members at the current rec center in the school, 100 which are students. Where did this outcry for a rec center come from? It said on your site, people were asking over and over about a potential rec center. I don't believe this is true. I'm sure you've been following comments from residents on Facebook. They all realize this is a terrible idea. We do not live in an affluent city like Shorewood or Elm Grove or Oconomowoc. We live in South Milwaukee. This trusted source also told me that it was the superintendent's idea, not even the school board's, to have this rec center. And I say to that, don't you have enough on your plate with the poor quality of these schools in South Milwaukee? Why are you not putting this to a community vote? Because you know we'll all say no. When I looked at the environment report, pardon?
2 minutes remaining.
When I looked at the environment report, I saw many pictures because I'm not a great reader anymore. I've had 3 brain surgeries. Most said the rooms inside contained heavy metals, asbestos, and PCBs. I also saw the report on the southern side portion of the outdoor, which was done with a lot of snow on the ground. They opined, do not disturb the subsurface soil or conduct any subsurface borings into the soil along the south side of the buildings at the subject property where residual petroleum contaminated soils are known to be present. And then now supporters of the rec center said this is true of many buildings built in the 70s with having asbestos and all this other stuff, but you're not buying those buildings. You're talking about this old YMCA. In conclusion, with a potential rec center tax, Governor Evers' 400-year tax plan for schools, the library referendum, the water increase, high electricity rates, and the huge spike in food prices, and the fact that Cudahy can pull out of this deal at any time, how can you justify this? How are we to remain in our homes? It is an injustice to homeowners. We haven't even heard about the facilities report yet.
30 seconds.
I cannot express to you enough how this will negatively affect homeowners, especially senior citizens living on fixed incomes, homeowners with lower incomes than any of you, and those who rent. You need to consider the people who live here. Thank you.
Barb Stewart. Hi, Barb. How are you? Great. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Chilly?
Kelly.
Yeah, hey, it warmed up. It was a heat wave, okay? Um, I'm here mostly to tell you that I think that the taxpayers need a voice in this. I really, really do. I don't think 7 people should make a decision. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, sorry. I just don't think that 7 people should make the decision for over 20,000 people. Can they afford it or not? You're making a decision on, you can afford it, I can afford it, so you can afford it. That's not right. Not everybody can afford it. You get a lot of senior citizens here, and you don't want to push the senior citizens out. You really don't, because they created this city. They made it what it is now. So you really need to respect them too. Um, And I know you want the people out of the fitness, or I know you want them out of the school. Can we come up with another idea then? You know, and I know you mentioned last time about blocking it off. That's a one-time expense. If that has to be it, that has to be it. You block it off, you have a secure key so the kids can come in or whatever, you know, but I just don't think that this building is the right building. I don't think that this time is the right time. And I'm really concerned about going in with Cudahy because yes, Cudahy they can default on this at any time and we are screwed. I mean, screwed because we pay the whole thing then. And that's not fair to us either. And if the fitness center doesn't work out, where do we go from there? Because we had a community center at one time. I don't know if you guys remember it or not. It failed. And you know why it didn't? And I found out why it failed. It failed because the building needed a lot of work and the city couldn't afford it. You're going into the same thing. You're just going into the same thing. So I can see it failing, unfortunately. And that's why I had suggested about the Oak Creek Center because they are nothing to do with the city, nothing to do with the taxpayers. They do it on their own. And I did have one person that was interested in that idea. And that was all 1 out of 7 of you guys. So, let me think here. I even typed it out this time because so I could read it and I hate it. Oh, I hate speaking in front of people. Thank you. Oh, and going into this as a business too, you're putting the city in a predicament, into a position of now they have to take care of this business. Now, but you don't have any answers. I mean, the last meetings, every meeting I was at, nobody answered any questions about how much the membership is gonna be.
2 minutes.
Okay, the maintenance of the building, the monthly bills and all that stuff, you never really did answer any of that. And when it comes to the seniors, we're gonna get a brand new senior center, so we're cool with that. We don't blame us for, you need that for us. And the library, we just got a thing with the library. I don't think taxpayers can afford both the library and this, and if we get rid of the library, we're gonna pay more. So yeah. Either way, we're gonna end up paying with the library. And you say you take it seriously, the commitment, and you listen to the public, and now's the time to do it. You really need to listen to the public. Listen to what they say. In saying that, I want to say thank you to Brian, Angie, and Steve. I emailed every one of you guys. And I got answers from Brian, Angie, and Steve. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And the rest of you should be ashamed of yourselves because you are not doing your commitment to people at all. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mike Linnar? I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do a good job. How do you say your last name?
Like a motorcycle.
Mike.
Mike Mlinar. It's a Serbian name. So I agree with everybody so far. So I don't need to repeat like what Mr. Zavecki said, but the 2004 school referendum is what we asked for the rec center. I'd like to keep it that way. Please don't raise my taxes. I am retired. My wife is retired. We use that track all the time. and we want to continue to be able to walk on it. I've been attending the, I don't know what they're called with, Mr. Arnold over there leading them, the
Workshops.
workshops,
Yeah.
yes. And I asked him what, if anything unsafe has happened, and he said, no, nothing unsafe has happened. So I don't know why we can't just continue to go like we are and use the rec center as we are. Or if you are going to limit it or make it more safer, do that and let us continue to use it. And we have we just had an April 2024 referendum in the past for $2 million for the schools. And now you want to do another one? It's crazy. As a resident, I do not want to be responsible for a building in another city. It's just something we shouldn't be doing. And that's it. Thank you.
David Grant.
Are you okay? Or if you should tell that, yeah, I wonder if you should tell the next person, just in case they're in. Like who's up after him.
Good evening. My name is Dave Grant. I'm a resident of South Milwaukee. My comments are regarding the proposed purchase of the YMCA building and particularly the intergovernmental cooperation agreement. I'm not going to mention some of the things I've got on my prepared notes because you've heard it already. But I'd like to highlight some parts of that agreement. First, Cudahy has determined it will not incur debt. Second, South Milwaukee shall be the sole owner of the old Y building. Third, Cudahy agrees to contribute the sum of $200,000 to the purchase price. Next, South Milwaukee shall be responsible for paying the balance of the $4,900,000 purchase price and any other closing costs associated with the purchase. South Milwaukee, as fiscal agent, shall be responsible for the property use, upkeep, and maintenance. Article 11, Section 11.5 reads, the parties acknowledge that Cudahy is subject to certain budgetary restraints and agree that in the event funding is not appropriated or provided for in the budget annually to cover the amounts owed by Cudahy and the debt is outstanding in whole or in part, this agreement shall terminate without penalty. It appears the parties have already agreed by putting it in the agreement that Cudahy's ability to appropriate funds or budget for its obligations under the agreement are questionable. In fact, news reports say Cudahy adopted a $25 wheel tax yesterday at their meeting last night to balance their budget. Given its financial condition, I have grave reservations about Cudahy's ability to appropriate funds or budget to buy a partial ownership interest in a gym and a pool. Bottom line on all of this, until the school district posted the intergovernmental cooperation agreement, I was unaware of South Milwaukee and its taxpayers assuming virtually all of the costs to purchase the old building and all of the responsibility for the use, upkeep, and maintenance of the property. South Milwaukee is doing all of the heavy lifting and is assuming all of the risk of ownership. And this isn't a collaboration. Why is Cudahy involved at all except for the use of its name? Its exposure is merely a portion of the operating costs with the ability to walk away from the deal if they feel they can't afford it and to walk away without penalty. And the question remains, why do we need a building in Cudahy when we have 4 elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school with an existing community center? I have not seen a facilities study demonstrating need versus want. There are still financing, appraisal, environmental, engineering, cost, and other contingencies to be met before proceeding with the purchase. But if the purchase is completed, the financial terms of the intergovernmental cooperation agreement are weighted so heavily against South Milwaukee and so favorably to Cudahy, it makes this transaction a real bad deal for South Milwaukee and its taxpayers. Perhaps someone can explain to me how purchasing a building in Cudahy helps promote the safety of our students during school hours. If you take the time to look for them, there are other options available to use our existing facilities to provide safety for our students and allow our residents to use the track and exercise facilities that are already paid for. Just because the Y building is available doesn't make it a good deal for South Milwaukee. And I would venture a guess that abandoning this ill-conceived project might allow residents to look more favorably at any future requests for money through referenda for projects that actually need funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. I'll call the next two, Mark and Thank you very much. I apologize. And then after, it'll be Mark Hanendel. Hanendel, okay. Thank you, and I apologize. That's why I married a Williams. It was very easy. Thank
There's
you.
nothing much to say after following Mr. Grant, or to follow. All I want to say, just one thing then, I'm, everything I was going to say, he has said, and better than I could have. Put this on a referendum. Put this on a referendum. A referendum. You don't have to do it. Do it. It's the right thing to do. You do that and we're going to be okay, because the public will laugh this one right off. Thank you.
Good evening, school board members. Mark Hanedel, longtime South Milwaukee resident and retired state representative from this area. I've gone through political rehab, but I had to come out for this particular issue tonight. First and foremost, I want to go on record as opposing, number one. Number two, I have many questions that I want you members to be aware of. First of all, I haven't had time to check into this yet. Is there a state statute that actually allows a school board to buy a building in another city? I think that should be publicly checked. I'm going to check myself, call the Capitol and see what's going on, because I'm not so sure that's even legal. Now, being a business owner in South Milwaukee and paying thousands and thousands of dollars on industrial buildings and my own home, I'm familiar with some things that I think are very, very important. Number one, has this property gone through a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental impact study? Okay. Number two, has mold remediation and asbestos remediation be considered? I tell you what, I own some buildings and I sold some buildings and I ended up almost losing my shirt because the costs of remediation on asbestos and mold and environmental impact studies for gas tanks under the ground and stuff will double the price of this project. I can guarantee you right now. And then you'll have a angry citizenry once they realize, oh, we already spent 5 million. Now we need 4 to 5 million more just to get the dump cleaned up. So these are things that I want the school board to think about sincerely. I truly object. But I just think some of the comments that the ex-mayor Zepecki said and things like this, they just make sense. I was state rep when we passed the referendum for this facility right here. And yes, I voted no 3 times. And then I voted yes, believe it or not. And I didn't tell my conservative friends because they would have hung me. But I believe that the facility we have here was well worth the effort. So when things are right and true and they make sense, unlike this fiasco, this does not make any sense. When they're right and true and they go to referendum and the public gets to speak, then you have the proper answer. Okay, thank you.
Nancy Benor, is that correct?
I'm not gonna go up there.
Okay, no, that's fine.
That's fine.
You're fine right there.
The only thing I have to add is, because I agree with everything else that was said. I go to a Cudahy junior high, I believe, and do swim aerobics. Why can't we utilize the pool here before school, before the kids are here, and after the kids are gone? That's the way Cudahy is doing it now. They have full classes every week. So why can't we utilize what we already have? That's all I have to add. Thank you.
Gary Lazowski?
I'm not gonna even speak because pretty much everybody covered what my feelings are. I'm opposed to it. I can't believe that Cudahy School Board schooled our school board on this thing. That's all I can say.
Thank you. David Keenan? And then after David is Kathy Kehoe.
A lot of people, my name is David Keenan. Thank you for hearing me. My name is David Keenan, and I've been a resident now for 30 years about. And the first referendum that I can remember ever voting for was for this high school, and I voted yes. I will be honest, that was the last referendum I voted last for. I am very proud that I voted last for it because of the high school we have here built and was needed to have. So it was money well spent. I think a lot of the other referendums we have had was money that was not spent wisely. The most recent one was the most recent last one where we put up a thing on Rawson Avenue for the safety of our people. I don't know of anybody that got hurt there. They had a yard that was right there on 15th and Rawson that people could walk to and use that one instead. And we spent a lot of money there. I was indifferent towards this one when it first, up until about a week and a half ago. I was indifferent. I heard about the referendum. I'm sorry I didn't sign it because I was kind of indifferent about it. I really didn't have an opinion one way or the other way. I didn't know what to do. It'd be nice to have a rec center. It's something that we need to have, but we do have a rec center here. And we have facilities that were here that we're not even allowed to use. If the school board purchases, what limitations are you going to put on groups of people to use this public place? Because we had a rec center that was supposed to be public use and it's becoming less and less user friendly. The other thing and that was one of my things that was negative on it even before, I'll be honest. But now I'm starting to hear the statistics or the stats of how much Cudahy has. I heard more today. Me and my wife, we had a partnership. And the partnership was when we bought our house, we bought it together. She's responsible for half. I'm responsible for half. If we separate, guess what? I'm still responsible for half, and they're responsible for half. $4.9 million venture, and we're holding the entire bag. I wouldn't have gotten into that thing with my wife if I held the entire bag for everything that's ever there. Why are we going into a thing with the government, with another government, that has no skin in the game? Do we have any idea why we're purchasing a building for $4.9 million? Where did that money come from? It's assessed at 1.6 is what I've been told. And we're going to go at 4.6 or whatever million dollars. That it only sold for $1.3 million, I think it was, or $1.6 million in 2016. Absolutely, the price of stuff has gone up. Absolutely, 100% the price of stuff has gone up. My house has gone up. Everybody else's house has probably gone up in value here. Other business property has. But I wish my price would go from what it was up 300%. I find the price that we're willing to pay is ridiculous. I find the fact that all these studies and stuff haven't been done or have been done, and there's no idea. But the most disheartening thing is that when the board advertises this, or it's advertised as a partnership, or that we're working with Cudahy, no. Cudahy has taken us, and they're kind of and they're saying, "Ha, we're having a thing. You're going to be left with the bag." Because as people said, every city struggles for money, and they're looking for reasons to drop projects and drop things. Cudahy had a heartbeat can say, We're done. You're on your own. And I would not, if my wife gave me that thing saying, hey, I can walk away and you're on your own, I wouldn't do it. Why are we doing that? Why are we even putting ourselves in a situation? Our kids come here. I wish they could use the rec center. I wish they had things that they could use, absolutely. But my wife said it the other day. There are wants and there are needs. And right now, our community needs to focus on the education of our children who aren't doing as, you know, my kids will get a job or go to college and stuff because they could throw a basketball. I wish they could. I know that my kids' chances of going to college and throwing a basketball through a hoop are very slim. But I think they got a great chance. I think everybody's kids in this state has a great chance to move and be successful if they're educated in math, reading, and arithmetic. And that's where the school board needs to focus. And that's where we need to spend our money. And maybe if you ask for that, I'll support it in a way. But none of our money that we're spending, none of our money that we've had on things, looks like it went towards education. We've spent most of it probably on Rawson Avenue. And none of this money is going to go and educate my kids, which I care dearly about. What was that? Oh.
30 seconds.
And that's where I want to go, is my kids need an education. They don't need to learn to play basketball. I have places I can do that. Thank you.
Kathy Kehoe, and then Melissa Ellis will be after.
Hi. I'm Kathy Kehoe, and I'm a lifelong resident of South Milwaukee. I'm 74 years old. My husband is 76 years old. We, in 2004, we paid 45 million for the addition to this high school. We voted for it. We paid for it over the years. And we did that for a reason. The big selling point was it was going to be a community fitness center. It says so right on the wall when we walk in there every day, because we walk every single day. 3.4 miles. We've been doing this for 16 years. And we only walk in the winter and when it's raining outside or something. Otherwise, we're walking outside. So it's not even the whole school year, it's just part of it. But I can't tell you the difference it's made in our life. You know, we look forward to getting up, get ready, and go right to the gym. And we see friends that we love to talk to. It's made a difference in our life. It's given us a purpose, and it's keeping us alive. We're walking. You know, we're in good health, knock on wood, because we are walking for 16 years now. And some people, they can't walk as well as we can. They can't use they can't use a treadmill because they have a weak back or they have bad ankles like I do. So we are forced to walk. So 16 years ago, that's when we started walking. Now we're finding out that you guys want to get us out of the walking track because it's not safe for the students. Well, I understand completely. I have 4 children in the district right now, and I would never want anything to happen to them. And certainly if I thought I was going to make that happen, but it's not us. It's not the retired grandmas and grandpas walking around the track that is causing the problem. That is not the problem every day. The problem is figuring out how to keep out the strangers. We are the friends and neighbors in this city. The strangers shouldn't be coming to our city. So I have a proposal. How about an additional outside entryway where everyone would have to be buzzed in, and the staff that is sitting inside the building could physically see who's approaching the door. There would be an intercom system there. They would have to state why they're there. And if you don't know them, you don't let him in or them in. You just don't. You only let the people in that you recognize, because we have to check in every single day. We have to buzz in, we have to show them our card, we have to show them our ID, and that is perfectly fine. We don't mind at all. But if you don't have that, then you cannot come in, period. So, and then also, if people are concerned about us passing the students in the hall, perhaps, build an entrance where we don't have to go through the little hallway that we do. Once in a while, we see them in the hallway. So could you maybe get us a different entrance to get into the track? Please don't take away this track from us. The retired and elderly need to walk during the day. We don't want to come after 3:30 or 4. By that time, we're getting our dinner made and we're getting ready for bed. So we're 76 years old. I mean, that's the fact of life. So don't take this away from us now. We're in our elderly years. We need this. It's helping us. We can't go outside and walk in the cold, snowy weather. We trip and fall, break a hip, you're dead. Anyway, this winter, 20 to 25 people. That's how many people walk in the gym, just in our hour there, 20 to 25 people we've been counting. Just in 1 hour period. That's the whole day you have left to go yet. So regarding the purchase of the Y, we're not for that at all because it does not have an indoor track. That is the main thing. It doesn't have the indoor track. And we're not, and I agree with everything everyone else has said. So I would just like to say, please don't take away this indoor track from us. If there's any way that you can grandfather us in, that this elder people like us who have been walking for 20 years,
30 seconds.
please, can you consider the impact that this is having on the people like us that are walking every day? It really will impact our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, and then after Melissa is Dave Keek.
Keek, correct, or Keek?
Keek, thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Ellis, and I reside at 3205 Nicholson Avenue. I have chosen to speak tonight because of my concerns for this community and the timing of the recreation center. In my work as a nurse and in public health in this community, I have concerns about raising taxes for something that is not a need. I have personally seen the struggles of seniors and those living in poverty in South Milwaukee, and being able to personally see the struggles of seniors. I've seen them have struggles of being able to afford their basic needs of food, shelter, and healthcare. According to the latest 2020 census, South Milwaukee has 18.4% of its population that is over 65 and 20% of its population that is under 18. 8.9% are living with a disability that are under the age of 65. The average household income is only $70,146. Our community's poverty rate is at 12.5%. Human Concerns that services our most vulnerable populations told me today that they serve currently 410 families a month, and last year served over 11,000 individuals. I have close family members in this community who are on Social Security or disability. In discussions with members of this community that are living in these situations, I have heard their struggles with living paycheck to paycheck. Their incomes don't increase year to year, and they are barely making it daily. They are making decisions about whether to pay their rent to keep a roof over their head, pay for groceries to make sure that their family is fed, or purchase their life-saving medications. Those living on these fixed incomes are already strapped by their costs of living. My concern with this recreation center and increasing taxes is that we may be potentially forcing people out of the community that they live in. Whether they rent or own, those costs are real. The landlord is not going to eat those increased costs, and they're going to pass them on to the renter. We are also in a housing crisis where if they can't afford where they are living now, they may not be able to find another place to live for months or a year. Over the years, we have seen an increase in homelessness and have seen our shelters at capacity in Milwaukee County. I ask the school board to consider these issues when thinking about the purchase and development of the recreation center, because I am not sure if our community members can afford this right now. Just because we are on a fast track timeline doesn't mean we shouldn't put this to the community to see if this is something they want or can even afford. I have heard a lot about how this may only be $50, but that is just for the purchase and potential renovations. As a homeowner, I have a budget for long-term repairs and maintenance. When something major needs to be done, you will be asking and coming back to the residents for additional funds. We also heard at the last school board meeting about how taxes were increased in other communities due to a lack of funding from the state for education. You stated that some communities had to raise taxes 5 to 20% for the year. This year, the board states that they robbed Peter to pay Paul to prevent that tax increase hitting our bills by restructuring funding allocations and preventing the district from saving funds for a recreation center. The board even expressed that this will not be possible in the future, and this means that you will need additional funding for education, and then we'll need to increase our taxes even further. There also hasn't been a discussion on if we do have a recreation center and pay through our taxes, what the cost to belong or utilize it will be. Would families, seniors, and members of the community be able to afford this? I've heard a lot about how profitable the YMCA was when it was part of the community, but that was over 12 years ago, before there were gyms in the area that offered $10 memberships. I think more information needs to be shared with the community on the total cost of this project before the board should agree to any purchase. I ask members of the board to vote no on this recreation center at this time. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is David Keek. And first of all, I want to thank the school board members for your dedication and service to the community. I served as a board member back in 1982 to 1991. I served for 9 years on the Board of Education. And then I was fortunate enough to move on to be mayor of this great community for 12 years. During the time of my being the mayor was when this referendum was passed for the school. And I was intricately involved with the committee that moved this thing forward. And I remember going to speak to organizations, encouraging, especially our seniors at that time, to support this, how important passing this referendum would be for the elderly in our community. Kathy was much younger then, and I see her walking every day. This track is a necessity for the community, especially for our seniors. And then we had a committee that was put together in the last 2 years to take a look at the possibility for a recreation center. And I joined that committee. And one of the reasons I joined that committee was to ensure that the walking track or some sort of walking facility would be included for the seniors, of which I'm now part of at 73 years old. I'm here every day walking, and I've not encountered any problems. Quite frankly, when I come into the facility, the first thing they ask for is my driver's license that's run through a machine to make sure I have no records or violations, and I have no problem with that. And then, of course, they scan the card. It's a way of ensuring that we don't allow strangers, the wrong elements into the community or into our facility with the youth. Although I will tell you, I did have one small incident with a student a couple of weeks ago in that they were sitting on the stairway and I was walking down the stairway and I said to the person, "Excuse me, I just need to walk down." And I said, "Excuse me, ma'am." And the person looked at me and it was a guy with hair down to his back. And I apologized profusely and said, I used to have hair almost that long in the 70s. But getting back to the point of why we're here tonight, this is a bad thing for the community to buy this building, a building that just recently sold at $1.3 million, and we're going to pay 4.9. That's crazy. That's ludicrous. And then what was brought out earlier by Mr. Grant with all the intergovernmental aspects of this, and that we, the community, would be on the hook for all the maintenance of this, everything. Cudahy just puts in their initial thing, and if they stay with it, fine. If not, they can walk away. At first, when I heard about this, I thought, well, that's pretty interesting. We're going to have 3 communities possibly collaborating to do this. But as we peeled that onion back, it got worse and worse and worse. And I would encourage you, as Mr. Milinovich said earlier as well, do an advisory referendum. Let the community give you their input. Should we do this or not? Should we be taking that kind of money and investing it into another community and buying a building in another community? That's all I have.
I'm having a hard time reading the first name. Can you recognize? Richardson is the last name.
Megan?
Is it Megan? Yeah. Okay. That's pretty good.
I know.
Okay.
Hello. Thanks for letting me speak.
Coming.
I think our First Amendment right to speak is really important, and so I support everybody being able to act on that right. I am here in support of the center, so I am in the minority here, but I think it's really important for our community. And I have heard a lot of people call it a fitness center and a recreation center, but I think it is much more than that. I think it's community center, and it is for our community and is for surrounding communities. And I think we need to consider this as an investment in community growth and long-term financial health. So our community center is a proven driver of community growth. It increases the attractiveness of our city to families, employers, and developers. It helps stabilize and grow the tax base over time. It is a long-term commitment. Communities with strong recreational amenities see increased property values, stronger local spending, and greater long-term financial stability. That's what we're all in support of, right? We want our community to grow, but we do have to invest in that. Supporting student success through recreation and enrichment as well. So it is recreation, but it's enrichment, it's youth development programs that directly support student success. Another key interest I think that we all want is student success. It's not just about test scores, it's what feeds the ability for students to succeed in the community in general. It helps build discipline, teamwork, confidence, and social emotional skills. Students who are engaged in structured activities outside of school demonstrate improved attendance, focus, behavior, and academic performance, benefits that carry directly into the classroom as well. Third, the community center can reduce long-term community and school costs by providing safe, supervised spaces during after-school and evening hours. The center helps prevent costly long-term outcomes such as disengagement, behavioral issues, and juvenile issues. Early investment in youth development reduces future costs for schools and local government while improving overall community well-being. Fourth, responsible investment and a modest taxpayer impact. The estimated $50 annual impact represents a very modest and strategic investment with meaningful returns. For a very relatively small cost, residents gain access to recreational facilities, youth programs, and community services that support both immediate needs and a long-term growth, making this a cost-effective approach to community and development. It's not just spending $5 million, it's an investment that gets us $5 million back. Revenue generation that supports sustainability and reinvestment. The Community and Recreation Center creates opportunities for sustainable revenue through memberships, program fees, facility rentals, grants, sponsorships, and partnerships. These revenue streams help offset operating costs, which we're all concerned about, reduce reliance on taxpayers over time, which is another key thing that we're concerned about, and allows reinvestment into student programs and community services. Just to close this out, the Community and Recreation Center is an investment that pays dividends financially, educationally, and socially. It supports student success today, strengthens our community tomorrow, and positions South Milwaukee for long-term growth and stability. Thank you.
I am gonna just make a note of the time. It's 7:25, and so we do allocate only 1 hour for public comments. We do have 8 remaining. So we'll get through as many as possible if we want to be mindful of just that time. Alir. Thank you. And then after Alir is Alice Kowalski.
Keep this brief. Great points were brought up. I don't want to beat a dead horse here.
Some great data, some good numbers. First, I want to start by saying thank you to all you members.
For being here.
What you do, I don't envy what you guys are doing right now, but I'm very proud of the showing here. The second time I've been to a board meeting, and this is the way it should be. Very proud to be a South Milwaukeean. 1120 18th Avenue, South Milwaukee, born and raised. I love it here. I just want to bring some numbers up. I know some figures were brought up as far as it's all public information. Building was purchased in 2016. It was distressed for 1.135 million. I know 1.3 was thrown out there, but it was sold again in 2021 for 1.6 million for a net profit of $465,000. These were good business people. I know them personally. They couldn't turn a profit. They couldn't make it work. I said this last time. They want 4.9 million, $3.3 million increase. That's embarrassing. That is, the numbers don't, the math doesn't math. Another staggering figure was brought up. Our poverty level here in South Milwaukee is 12.5% based on some data from 2023. I'm sure those numbers are a little bit higher right now. Across school districts, we have chronic absenteeism, 17.7% and growing, high rates of free and reduced lunch recipients. These are some socioeconomic factors that contribute to the overall lower academic performance in the district. I think that's what the school board should be focusing on. All right, we rank in the bottom 50 percentile in the state. The Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction rating gave us 2 stars. School district gave us 1 out of 5 stars. With the library referendum potentially going, we're going to increase our tax a little bit more. Water and sewer rates have gone up. I own a few rental properties here in South Milwaukee. I'm going to carry on. I'm going to pass on those charges to tenants, and it hurts to do that. You don't want to do that. This is going to be an increase, and $250 per $250,000. I mean, there aren't that many homes right now in South Milwaukee that are at $250,000. They're greater than that. EMC report, Mr. Hondadell asked about the environmental report. It was done. It's a 959-page report, very daunting. We had some attorney costs, unless he's working pro bono. I don't see him here tonight, which I don't think he's doing it for the goodness of his heart. It's appraisal costs and a ton of auxiliary costs in the tens of thousands of dollars. I was bored at work, which I shouldn't say. I work at We Energies, and we're getting a rate increase, spoiler alert. So add to some more costs. Victory Christian Academy, it has nothing to do with this building anymore. British Swim has a couple classes that they run. We need to pump the brakes on this whole deal. No one is in line to buy this building.
2 minutes.
Got it. This, in my opinion, is a private sector operation. No government or no city government nor school board should be involved in this. The demand, I thought maybe an uptick with New Year's resolutions at the rec center. I'm a member. My entire family goes there. My 2 boys, my wife. There was a little uptick, but yet to wait for a single machine. There's plenty of room. The demand is not there. Please take this referendum, and I am opposed to it. I did start last meeting with, I like it, I don't love it. The more I dig in it, the more it's total opposition. But just leave it with pump the brakes. We really need to think this one through. Thank you for your time.
So we have 7 members left, and out of respect for everybody coming tonight, I would like to ask the board that we extend our time to let the 7 remaining speak.
Sure. That's fine.
Okay. All right, Alice Kowalski, and again, if we could just, there's been a lot of very similar comments, which is very much appreciated. But again, if we can be just mindful of our time.
Okay.
Thank you.
To Ali, everything he said wonderfully. I have a feeling he wrote something that was on the internet. I want to let you know that I believe very strongly that private business should be doing something like a recreation center. If it were truly affordable, private business would be in it. So if you're looking for something for taxpayers to support that private business won't, I suppose that's the definition. We know that whenever the government gets into buildings, maintenance fees are the first things that end up being pushed down the road when somebody doesn't want to increase the tax levy. So you push it down the road 6 years and then you've got a major mess and you have to do something called a referendum just to get back to even. Think about that. People have talked about the library referendum, what's going on with that and what a mess that is. Somebody here who spoke earlier talked about apparently there's some issues at this rec center or a community center or walking pad, whatever, where the kids don't want to be near adults, senior citizens. And I'm really sorry to hear comments like that made, especially when I was in the working world, they were fighting very hard for something called intergenerational care. So think about that. You have a part of your school district who is already wearing on your ability to provide money for whatever it is you want. When the PAC needs to cross-charge, I'm not sure what you call a cross-charge, but that's what we would call it when one department charges another for use of some space. The PAC, I guess, depends on the generosity of the high school to pay for the time the high school students or high school activities use the PAC. And that's kind of interesting to me. But the PAC is not, as far as I can figure out, self-sustaining. And when there is a loss of funding or a lack of funding, or they can't make their budget, whatever the case might be, they have to go to the rec department or whoever is the host facility. I'm assuming it's the rec department because they have a little bit more leeway than the rest. So that's what I have to say. I do want you to know, I was on the school board with Dave Keek in the 80s and the 90s. And I am also a veteran, and it is very, very unwelcoming to me to see the American flag same height as the Wisconsin flag.
No. Come on up, sir. Thank you. I'm gonna practice your name.
It's Michael.
Michael.
So Michael Hofsky, District 2, Alderperson. We've had some talks back and forth. I won't repeat a lot what we said. The crowd here is fabulous. I'm on the Common Council. It'd be great to see more faces on Tuesday. You guys have a hard task. I was on the committee that served in the library. I voted for the going to referendum because it's a common city good, and it's also a common city debt. So I think the citizens require input on what they want for the city. I have mixed emotions on this one, but I read the agreement, and I know we had some emails back and forth, but I'm warning you to read it carefully, because from my understanding and my reading on that non-appropriation clause, like others have pointed out, it does seem like Cudahy is not obligated to fund this at any time, just like they can't obligate us to do anything. At any time, their board could change, their voters could vote them out. They could say, we can't afford this anymore, or we need to move the Fund 80 fund, or reduce Fund 80 funds so our levy doesn't go up for school funds. And then South Milwaukee's on the hook for all of it. And so I just want to make sure, warn everyone, and just be very mindful of what our obligations here are. Not in the short term, because we are buying this for decades. And this community will be on the hook for it. Thank you.
Shannon Meyer. And then next would be Philip. Thank you. It's not my night tonight for last names.
Hi,
Hi there.
I'm Shannon Meyer. I come from 1508 Forest Hill Avenue. We bought our house back in 2019, right before the pandemic. Crazy hit. I am also a nurse like Melissa. Thank you, Melissa. I work in this community. I work at the hospital in Cudahy. These are my people. These are the people that I see every single day coming to my door, coming inside to my critical care ICU, and I am saving their lives. I'm also hearing a lot of things like, yeah, Can't even afford to pay my rent. Can't even afford to pay this. Can't even afford to pay that. They need medication that they cannot critically get or have. Like Melissa also mentioned, they have poverty levels. That is mostly of our seniors. And like Megan mentioned, that, we need test scores are just not a big deal. Test scores are huge. I don't know if you guys looked at the test scores. I think everybody in here should pick up your phone and go to kidswin.org. It shows exactly what our education test scores are. And I think every single one of you should also do it and go back and take a look at what Divine Mercy is doing. They do a lot more with less money. So what's going on there?
Shannon,
They're
I'm gonna
actually.
cut you off right now, since we are over time, if you would like to keep your comments to the rec.
I'm getting there.
Then, yep.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
So I believe that with community engagement comes education. We need to educate our students. We need to educate them because with education comes a decrease in crime, a decrease in poverty, a decrease in violence. It is known, which also increase in community engagement and overall quality of life. And that's exactly what we want here. And I believe that with this community rec center, we're going to throw about $4.9 million, which everybody has said is utterly astronomical and crazy. And with no business plan at all whatsoever, we're just going to throw a whole bunch of money and give you guys a whole bunch of money to do it. And I believe that we should have a referendum on that because the school system, as far as I'm concerned, according to kidswin.org, can't really get their stuff together, if that makes sense. 47.7% reading by third grade. That's bad. So Cudahy, like everybody has said, can just back out of the deal at any time. And we own a building that has failed multiple times over the years, but we're just going to make it some dream thing. It's not going to happen. That's like, I've got a bridge to sell you. It's not going to happen. So I want you, as all of our advocates for education, for our students, for our families, I want you to do your part and educate and teach our children, get those reading scores up so that we will then become a decreased poverty level, decreased crime, decreased violence, and increased community engagement and overall quality of life. We have a recreation center. Let's use it.
And then Genevieve is next.
Good evening.
Hi.
I'm going to start this out by, you're always going to be Representative Hannah Deldemy, answering his question about whether we could even buy that building. Here's what it says. Yes, Wisconsin School District can acquire a building in another district, typically through formal boundary changes like detachment and attachment of territory, which involves agreements between the school boards and follows procedures outlined in Chapter 117 of the Wisconsin statute, often resulting in reorganization or annexation of land, allowing for property transfer and integration. The process isn't a simple purchase, but a legal transfer of land and assets, handled via resolutions, potential referendums, integrating the property and residents into the new district. Has your legal team even thought of that? No, that's apparent. Everybody's talking about the 4.9 million. You actually want 10 million. 4.9 is the purchase price, correct? So the other 5 is for cleanup. All right. Now, I'm just going to average out the price of the rec center. I'm just going to say it's $15. Planet Fitness just closed within the past 12 months. They were $10 a month. But yet, this is a great idea. You want to hook us with another albatross. This is the same, not the exact same people, but the same board that when we passed the bond for this school, told us, don't worry, when the bond is paid off, we're going to cut your taxes. That didn't happen. Didn't happen. We all know that. You have young couples that want to move in. Because no offense to the older people, I've got my gray as well, all right? We're aging out. And younger people with the cost of housing are looking at property taxes. And I'm sorry, $50 here, $50 there. Can I get each one of you to give me a credit card? I'm only gonna spend $50. You're not gonna know exactly what you're gonna get, but you're gonna get the bill. Is that fair? No, it's not. And yes, everybody said a lot of it, a lot of everything. Not gonna go through it all again, okay? But what I would like, because you are a governmental body and under Robert's Rules of Order, okay, even in your closed sessions, you have to keep minutes. I want copies of all minutes in open and closed session pertaining to this subject in all meetings and all talks with Cudahy, legal teams, and everything else. And you do have to provide that. And if you want, I will send a formal letter to the Wisconsin Institute of Law and Liberty. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Genevieve, James Pierce.
My name is Gigi or Genevieve Seklinski.
I'm Erin Seal.
We are the petition gatherers, and we put together, although we did not get our signatures, we're hoping that you guys see that although we did not get the signatures, the awareness is now there. The awareness in the job that you guys should have done in terms of getting the community aware. I mean, it's not supposed to be on the community to educate the community. It's supposed to be on the party that's doing it. In an effort to share our findings with your group, we emailed all 7 of you and we heard from 2. Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Sophia. We asked to share our findings. We had tears, we had fear, we had all right scared about what is going on in our society. And again, I thank the 2 that did. Our response was, or the response that we were told was that you get 5 minutes in the meeting to tell the community, to tell the board what your comments are. So I guess the response of the community is only worth 5 minutes, is what we're hearing. We spent how many hours? 12 hours of our time, gathered close to 600 signatures. If we would have had more than 2 weeks to do it with the holiday, we would have done it easy. All right. The momentum was there. The voice was there. People were hearing this. Although this is illegal, it is legal. It is very unethical. You had 3 members that were on the school district that were on the rec center committee. Who is going to vote against it if you're on the committee to build the process, right? Then in looking at the preliminary agreement, the lawyer for Cudahy is the same lawyer for South Milwaukee. I would never, as a business professional, have the same lawyer as my client. All right, that's a conflict of interest. So again, of course, it might be legal, but there are a lot of unethical things. The agreement has an end date. Our petition has an end date. We respected that, right? That was in statute. We're asking you that you respect the end date of your agreement of January 26th. All right, I'm a designer. I've worked in the industry for 30 years. The building's not going anywhere. A developer would come in, they'd have to do an efficiency study, they'd have to see how many units could get there, they'd have to determine could they actually make money on it, all right, before they ever put money down on it. So it's really not, and they're not going to pay $4.9 million for it. Design build has a process. As you guys know, there's a lot of due diligence that occurs in the process, and we ask that you look at that very carefully. There is a secured entry sequence that is in architecture and design for schools that they've been doing for close to 20 years. Epstein-Ewen is well aware of it. They can create a more cost-effective secured entry sequence to get you in. In terms of the contract, I'm actually disappointed that this came out. I mean, I teach, I'm gonna show my students what not to do in a contract. It's actually an example of a contract never to actually go into business with. So in closing, many of you have children and are parents. We are trying to teach our 17-year-old daughter to stay within a budget, to only spend the money that she has, and to know that there are wants and needs. And I'm asking the school district to be an example and to support the parents that are trying to teach their children how to live within their means and not be the example that is reaching out of their bounds. Thank you.
Good evening. The room has changed since the first meeting. I think it was 50-50 probably. 50 people wanted it, 50 people didn't want it. I came here to the first meeting, expressed my thoughts about it because I worked at the South Shore Athletic Club as a facility supervisor and a maintenance director in the last year and a half that was open. And I saw the price that Omar wanted for the building, and I said, that can't be right. That's way too expensive. So I asked the committee if I could meet with them and discuss the maintenance stuff. And they sent their engineers in there. And 2 days after the engineers got out of there, I got a call from Dan. And he invited me to come and sit with the engineers. And we sat and talked about the things that I knew that was wrong with the building, things that were hitting. They were closed doors I couldn't open when the school walked through there. The school should have hired a building inspector when they went in there, and they didn't. That was their problem. They should have done that. They would have found out a lot more about the building before they even tried to lease it for 15 years. The lease went through Cudahy. Cudahy approved it, and the school was told that they needed to put a sprinkler system in at a cost of around $1 million. I thought they couldn't afford it, so they never moved in. But I just want to say that I agree with a lot of these people here about the taxes and stuff like that. But I want you to know that this school board was willing to work with me. And I think they'll be able to work with anybody. But, you know, like I said, before it was 50-50. Now it's probably maybe 90-10, 90 against it. Kind of looks like everybody wants it to go to a referendum. Maybe that's the way it should go. And thank you for inviting me back and spending time with you. I appreciate it. A lot of people would say you're not going to be able to hear from them, but you did call me, and I respect that very much. Thank you all.
Amanda?
Hi. I've been a resident of South Milwaukee for 25 years now. I actually graduated from here. Obviously, you guys tore up the parking lot to build this school when I was a senior, which was a very big inconvenience at that time. But my husband owns an old SM recycling center, so we're involved in the community. My son actually goes to the British Swim School weekly. So I've been in the building, and I can say that that building is severely run down. The swim school has done an excellent job at maintaining the pool area. And it makes me nervous that, let's say you guys do purchase this building, you're just going to kick them out. We paid to be there. We pay a pretty good amount. It's like survival swim. It's not something you can get from a rec department. There's autistic kids that go there. There's people that do therapy, swim therapy there. Joel, who does the British Swim School, has said that he does not want to share the swim. area with, it just becomes a safety reason. Same thing with the rec department here at the high school. They say it's a safety reason for the kids. Yeah, I just think this is a terrible idea. These people are begging and pleading. They're saying that they can't afford it, and it's just not fair. That's all.
That does conclude our public comments. I do just want to take a moment to thank everybody for coming. Really do appreciate it. We're here to listen. A decision hasn't been made. And tonight, there's a big step for us in going through the inspection report. So a big part of why we're here is to explore ideas and then to listen to our community. And so I'm very grateful. We all are very grateful that you came out and shared with us. We have emails in support and in opposition, and those are all things that we're going to take into consideration. Gigi, I appreciate that you organized the petition. I mean, this is what South Milwaukee is about, and it's about all of us coming together and how do we better our community. And for us, it's really about getting all the facts and putting it all together and then making a decision. I also want to share, so we did receive the inspection report on Friday. And then tonight we've invited CG Smith and EAU to come and go through the report with us. We have not met as a board to go through that report. So tonight is the night that we're really gonna dive in deep. I appreciate, and I lost your paper. Mr. Pierce has come to the meeting several times and, then offered to participate in doing a walkthrough. And again, that's who we are. So we very much appreciate that and that you came and spoke tonight. So we hope that you're gonna stay. I know it's already been a long evening, but would love for everybody to stay and be able to listen to the report together. But this is recorded and then the report will be online available for everyone to go through. And tonight is not a decision night. It's on the agenda for review only. And so for us, it's really just taking in all of this information from you as a community and then from the architect and the inspection firm. Okay, so then moving on, we are going to consent agenda and we do need to,
Something.
okay. Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. I don't have enough room. Okay, so give it a moment to clear out.
Yes, wait,
Yeah.
give it a second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab some more water.
I know. Start to get a little warm.
Sophia, are we pulling anything?
Talk to Dave Key.
We're gonna get started here. Don't go too far.
We need anything for consent agenda? I know.
Yes,
Agenda?
we need to pull the minutes. I was absent, and then we are adjusting the agenda. We're going to this here, the open.
Sorry. JK. But it's good. Okay. Oh, I did. I called you 3 times. I left you 3 voicemails.
Never got him.
I left you 3 voicemails. I truly
I
did.
checked my voicemails.
I will give you my number right now.
Would you please?
Absolutely.
Stand up. I am like talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good night, Stan.
You gotta call my cell phone or? That's what
Says.
Okay, why don't you all have your business?
Oh, God, pranks.
No.
No. I don't care, and you shouldn't be an official. You don't?
Okay,
I don't do either.
Okay.
That knocked me out of the weekend. Yeah.
okay, we are ready for consent agenda.
All right, I move that the board approve the consent agenda as follows. Adoption of the agenda, approval of bills for payment in the amount of $2,038,219.78. Approval of staff donations, retirements, revised FTE as follows. Hiring of the following 2626. Shauna Sorensen, middle school ELA teacher. Aaron Sarliaglu, middle school science teacher. Approval of second reading of revised policies 371, new 657, student fundraising, 525, solicitations and distribution of promotional materials, 852, solicitations, sales, advertising, and promotions in schools, and elimination of policy 851, advertising and promotion in schools. Approval of donations as described in the executive summary in the amount of $12,943.80.
Second. And that was Brian gave a second, and then roll.
DeFord.
Aye.
Genduso.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Hintz.
Aye.
Drowsky.
Aye.
Simmons.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
All right, one more. I move that the board approve the minutes from January 7th, 2026 school board meeting.
Second,
Second.
roll.
Ford.
Aye.
Genduso.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Hintz.
Aye.
Drowsky.
Aye. Aye.
Williams.
Abstain. And then we did make a note that we are tabling item A, which is the post-employment benefits. We can't adjust the sound in here, so if everybody just talks really loud and then we'll try to project. Okay. So then we are moving on to item B, which is the first reading of revised policies. Carrie? Do you want to? I wasn't gonna read all that. Oh, wait, this is just, no, this is a.
This is first
First
read.
read.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's first read.
What is?
Yeah.
Did I say second read?
Would you like me to move?
Yes.
Yes, please,
please.
thank you. Did I say second read? Okay,
I thought I heard first.
okay. First read.
Push it out of the way.
Okay,
Hey.
you need bumpers, right?
I do. All right. So we, as we continue to review and update our policies within the Student Services Department, we have some for your review. The first is policy 363, which is a revision to our school counseling program. This is a replacement of the previous policy with updates specifically to aligning our counseling program with the social emotional learning standards provided by the state, individual planning for students, responsive services, and then really aligning everything that we're doing for student services through our MLSS system. So our multi-level systems of support, which is the framework that we are using across all of our schools. It is a research-based best practice method for determining students who require alternating levels of support. And this allows for that through the student services lens. The academic and career planning update just formalizes the requirements for academic and career planning in grades 6 to 12, making sure that we align with the state statutes. Our professional practices just align with our school counselor association for the US. And we're really pushing towards data-driven accountability. This aligns with our strategic plan. It mandates that we are using the Panorama screener to screen all students. And then based on those survey reports, we are defining plans of support, either at a classroom level or a small group level or an individual level as needed. But the Panorama survey keeps us accountable too, actual metrics so that we are making sure that we're shifting things in a big way and small ways.
I have a question around the ACP. I was wondering if we wanted to consider adding some language around how often it gets reviewed or updated. I noticed that it says it's an ongoing active process to help students identify their interests, strengths, and values, explore career pathways, etc. There's great language around what it is, but I'm wondering if you want to talk about, like, is it updated annually? Is it something that, that's my question. To the board.
That piece would go more
is it more
in when you approve the ACP plan each year, right? When that team comes and talks about eighth grade conference, the junior conference, like all of the different steps where we do those checkpoints. That's usually aligned to that one. The policy really should outline that, yes, in fact, we are doing an ACP plan and a program is required by state statute. And then the specifics of kind of the how would come back in that plan as that team comes forward, which the board previously approved our ACP plan, and it's right on our website if anybody wants to look at it.
So would reference it then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on that one? Okay. The next is policy 421, which are our student entrance age. We just really tried to clarify this one, and make it as simple as possible. It can feel a little muddy reading it. So we affirmed the standard cutoffs that first grade, the cutoff is the September 1st cutoff for 4K registration or for eligibility for 4K. The September 1st registration for 5K and first grade. So that September 1st date is the cutoff date for determining if a student qualifies for those grades. The early admission standards, that is for we have occasionally parents who seek early admission to K4. And so this is just making sure that we are evaluating students holistically from both the social emotional readiness lens as well as their pre-academic readiness skills. Kindergarten completion, it is a requisite in the state that all students complete K5 before first grade. But if a student moves from a state where that wasn't a requirement, then this just allows for that. And then the deadline for requests for early admission is set at March 1st, which is just allowing us enough time to make sure that we can evaluate and provide feedback.
And one of the things that Carrie's worked on the team with, based on some feedback we've received, is a closer monitoring. That's by giving it a deadline and a very specific process with some forms and things like that to make those requests. Because we have had feedback that there's been a number of those that maybe previous staff didn't always do a thorough evaluation to make some of those determinations. So we've tightened up our practices on a bunch of those things to align with what's in the policy and make sure that we're always consistently following through when we get those requests.
Yeah, I have a few things. First of all, thank you for putting this together. This was very easy to read.
Well, we're going to thank Jen Seeloff because she really collaborated with me quite a bit. So I appreciate a great partner.
And you did actually point out one thing I was going to question in the enrollment age requirements right at the beginning. Item C for first grade, it said a student must be 6 years of age on or before September 1st or have successfully completed the district's K5 program. Is that supposed to be and successfully completed, or is it or stated?
If they had been early admitted and completed K5. So.
But this isn't related to early enrollment, right? Or early admission. This is just regular admission, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding what's going on. But you said the prerequisite for first grade is to have completed kindergarten.
Yeah, that's required by Wisconsin state statute. That's not required by every state. So if we have a student who moves to us from another state, that's why it's an or, because if the student moves to us from another state, you can't actually require them to go back. You wouldn't put that age appropriate first grader back into kindergarten to then repeat kindergarten because they hadn't done kindergarten in Wisconsin. So I think that's what, yeah,
in here though?
yeah.
Should it say
So
the
it
districts?
should, then it should say that, it's not a requirement in all states to complete any K-5 program. So in Wisconsin, it's a state statute that you have to come to school by the age of 6. So frequently families make the decision to not enroll their student in school until their 6th birthday, because that's when it's actually required by state statute to be in school. I don't care, can you show me, Brian, exactly where you're looking? Yeah.
In the case where a student turns 6, lives in South Milwaukee, has all their life, their whole life,
Right.
but did not go to kindergarten, K-5, are they allowed to be in first grade?
They need to, by state statute, you have to complete a kindergarten program. So that student would need to be
placed in
in
K-5.
kindergarten
Right, so that's why I'm wondering if it needs to be.
and in the language. Yep,
Okay.
that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
But does it have to be the district's K-5 program? You said if they come from another state. then
Correct.
they can't-
Or a different district. If you had completed K-5 somewhere else.
I just wondered
Yes,
why-
so that language probably should be changed to just a kindergarten program, a
Yes.
K-5 program.
Second thing I had is at the top of this, of page 2, where it starts the rule. I was a little bit confused at first. I think that should have section 1 in front of it, conditions and standards for admission, because there is a section 2 later. And then moving on to section C, under that first conditions and standards for admission. It says, under this section, the district does not accept applications for early admission to kindergarten for children who will turn 5 years old on or December 1st. I wonder if that means, or should have the word after or
Yes,
December.
you are.
That's the
correct.
intent, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then later on in that paragraph, the top of the 3rd page, I guess it would be, says for children who will turn 5 years old between September 1st and blank of the school year.
Yeah, there's
So I'm
some
assuming
there.
that would either be October 31st or December 1st.
December 1st. Yeah.
Okay. Just to clarify the dates, because I wasn't quite sure at first when I was reading it.
Thank you. Those notes.
And this is one, since now we've been reading so many of these policies, I feel like maybe our standard to eliminate or replace he, she with they.
Correct.
There are a couple of instances in here where that is the case, in section E. So for consistency, I would suggest that.
Those.
Thank you.
Yep, and then the last item I had is just moving down to section 2 procedures, article A. Sub-article, whatever it's called, number 1, says families moving into the district after the deadline specified above may submit a request no later than February 1st. But in the paragraph before, it says that it should be submitted by March 1st for the normal conditions. So should the February 1st be later, like April or May? Is that the intent?
The intent was to allow some grace for a family who's relocating.
But February's before March, your original
Yes,
deadline. Yeah,
I
so you
hear
gotta move February to May.
If it shifted, then maybe we'll.
Shift that, yep.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right. Any other questions on that one? I appreciate your close eye.
I'm just looking at it with completely fresh perspectives.
I-
That's why I'm picking.
I really appreciate that. Okay. Next is policy 431, student attendance. The major update to this is actually from DPI, and it was to modernize communication with families, and it means that we can notify them of attendance concerns via email, not just with written notice. So like that changes that you don't necessarily have to send something registered mail. You could send an email, and that does meet the requirements of the state. So that's the big one. It does define habitual truancy, that it's a student who is absent without excuse for part or all of 5 or more days in a semester. And that is, again, something that we address through our MLSS system. It does require that we are holding attendance conferences when students reach that 10-day threshold for absence, which is where the state is telling us that we are running into an attendance issue. So schools are meeting with a family to work with them on an attendance plan and help to problem solve around attendance. And then we do refer or can refer students who are habitually truant, who are 16 and 17 years old, to the Department of Transportation for suspension of driving privileges. So just making sure that we're noting that.
I had a couple of questions on this one. In the purpose section, bullets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 look like that first word needs to be adjusted to align with the one to like make the sentence flow from above. So it says they is excused. I know, so it should be they are. They, for example, under student attendance number. Oh yeah. Under general notice, do we need, okay. It says in here that the first 4 days in a school year on which a student has been truant, the district shall notify the parents or guardian of the absence. But I'm wondering if, just to be super clear, we're going to notify them for every occurrence of those 4 days. Like if it's,
Yes.
or are we?
Yes.
If it's
Yeah.
4 consecutive days, is there 4 notices or
Yeah,
is it?
yeah. Well, no, the parent should, parents obviously hopefully know when their child isn't and is not in school.
Yes.
But if the child is not in school, the system automatically does
Yeah.
that robotic call and it calls your house and it tells you your child's not in school. This is under you are moving your way towards truancy.
Yes.
Right? And so that's where at the first 4 days in the school year in which a student is truant, so this is then their absence without excuse, right? So nobody has called to say they had a doctor's appointment, they aren't on a medical plan for having, a more medically complex situation, that we shall notify the parent or the guardian. That's because it requires some legally bound starting to have conversation around truancy, which is all governed by statute. So yes, the answer is, as part of our practice, of course, if a student's not at school, we make sure the family knows that.
Right.
Yes. And this is, now you've missed enough school without excused absences that you are inching into the space of possibly getting into the truancy range, which can have legal consequences and all these other things. It's at 4 days that we start having that conversation and the notification with the fam. 4 out of, remember, it's 5 in a semester, so 10 in a school year. So at 4 days, that's when we actually have to start scheduling those attendance meetings and doing some of those pieces to notify the parent that you are really getting dangerously close to what would be considered truancy. And please come into school and work with us and your child on a plan. Obviously that you don't bring a 5-year-old in to talk about their truancy plan because the bulk of sometimes these truant situations are at our secondary schools, in which kids are more independent and responsible for getting to school. So if it's an elementary level, you're just bringing the parent in and we sit down with them and we say, hey, what's going on? Your child's missed these days. Is there something we can do to help support you? We need you to understand the importance of your child being in school. And then frequently that's an opportunity sometimes for a family to not know how to use some of our systems. So then we can show them like, hey, this is actually how you would call your student in if they've been at a doctor's appointment. It allows us to sometimes note that people have, maybe more medical conditions going on. Actually, my students miss school because they have this going on. My pediatrician's working with them. Well, we have a school nurse. Then maybe we'd like to develop a health plan with you at school to make sure that your child can get to school when it's safe for them to be at school and that we know when they aren't going to be here. And then what might we want to do to supplement if they aren't going to be here during those days. So the purpose of those meetings really isn't to, yell at people or tell them, no, I can't believe you didn't come to school,
collaborate.
right? It's
Yeah,
to figure out how we can get those kids to school together.
So, but I guess my question is, it says for the first 4 days. So is it after that
Oh,
4th day?
yes, it's after the 4th day.
Okay.
There's a notice that this is the first step in the truancy process.
So I wonder if we can just replace.
Clarify that? Yeah, you bet.
And then under B, we are talking about 5 days upon reaching the definition of habitual truancy, 5 or more unexcused absences, but it doesn't specify the time period. Or you just mentioned this, I believe I heard you say
Yep.
semester. I'm wondering if we should put that semester word in there. Just to be real
It's,
clear.
so there's 2 steps. The first step is at that 4 days, we're gonna schedule that first meeting with you. At 5, we actually have some statutory notifications we have to send.
Yes.
Whether those 5 are in the first semester or you get to those 5, like,
Okay,
so
throughout the
we
year
do,
then.
yeah, we
Okay, so
do
then,
continue that notice.
okay,
Right.
so then maybe we can put throughout the school year.
Yep, I'll clarify
just
that.
to be
Yep.
super clear. And then. Okay, so I was looking at the rules that are attached to it presently, and I noticed, first of all, I noticed that rule 431 and is crossed out. So does that mean that we're not going to, are those rules going away? I just want to be.
So 431 is a
Yeah.
rule that we are actually working on.
Okay.
It is pretty messy, so we want to spend more time working on that.
Okay, so it's not going away, it's just.
It's not going away.
Okay.
We just aren't ready to.
Okay, because my other questions
replace it
were like,
yet.
well, there's other things in that rule. Are they
Right,
coming?
that we
in?
don't want to lose. Yeah.
Nope, so that
Okay.
rule is remaining.
Perfect. Okay. Those are my questions.
In that same spot, sorry, that's not starting up right. Where it's a yellow, formal notice of habitual truancy. It still says just via mail, just mail or email.
When we get to habitual truancy, we do.
Does that have to be?
And there's some statutory requirements that you have to do by mail.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that,
The initial warning can be email, but
correct.
the real deal. Okay,
Yep.
that explains
Yep.
it then.
There's quite a few statutory requirements around when it needs to be certified mail, when it needs to be regular
Very
mail,
much.
all of those types of things when it relates to truancy. Because it does, if a student's truant from school or misses all of those days of school, there's quite a bit of legal proceedings that can go with that. You can receive a ticket, you can have your license suspended, all of those things.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Unless you had something else, I apologize.
No, just that.
Sorry, Steve.
No.
Do we need to reference the student conduct rule as well, 433, because it's like called out during the transportation section? Or did I jump ahead to the next one? I apologize.
I think you might have.
Never mind, that's my question for that. Just kidding.
So anxious to get
I
on to that next
apologize.
policy.
Isn't.
Right.
Any other questions on that one? Right. And then the last one is 431.1 student transportation. We just noticed that we did not have any policy on that, and we don't provide universal transportation, but there are specific instances where we provide transportation either through an IEP or through mandated services such as the McKinney-Vento program. So we just wanted to clarify when it is and isn't provided, as that is frequently a question families ask.
So overall, I thought the language was pretty clear. But should we reference 433 student conduct because it says that they're expected to comply with the established rules?
Yep. You guys are getting better and better at these policies all the time.
All right, any other questions? I will keep getting better at them too.
Yeah, no, we're all in this together. Okay, then we are ready for a motion. Brian, I'm going to ask you to read the motion since you are great at policy work here.
I move that the board approve the first reading of revised policies 363, school counseling program, 421, student entrance age, 431, student attendance, and 431.1, student transportation.
Second, roll.
Ford.
Aye.
Jim Duso.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Vince.
Aye.
Jarowski.
Aye.
Simmons.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye. Thank you very much. Great work. Okay, we're moving on to item C, which is safety updates and recommendations, schools, fitness center and track, and we'll turn it over to you. first.
I'm gonna
Mr.
introduce Mr. Termott this evening. So for those of you who may have had the opportunity to meet Mr. Termott in the past, he has been one of the assistant principals at the high school for 12 years, Jason?
17 plus.
17, sorry, I got that wrong. And we previously had Bill Wesley, who's a South Milwaukee community member and an amazing individual. A retirement fail who came back out of retirement to part-time help us as our safety coordinator. So what what Bill was doing for us was making sure we started with cameras, really looking at starting to get some of the foundational work done around some of our school safety measures. And that was really, really important work that Bill did for us. And we were ready to expand some of that and to really make sure that we had those consistent practices across all of our schools. And so Jason has stepped into that role because now he has, although he has some other duties that we'll talk about, safety coordinator is the prime bulk of his job now. Having somebody in that role who actually has a background in school administration has been hugely beneficial as he understands the lens of it from a principal or a school leader. And so then he can help them really understand the importance of the consistency that we need around some of our safety practices. But again, as that position was new this year or shifted from a part-time to a full-time, and Jason was new in the role, the board's asked for just a general update. And then as we have been having these conversations around school safety and what are the national recommendations, what would be the local recommendations, what are other school districts doing, what would be the recommendations of this board, we were asked to provide some information on that and some information on, from Jason's lens, some of the updates that he would recommend that we have, some of the things we have done this year, and then some of the things he would continue to recommend as we go forward. One of the exciting parts about having somebody who, again, has that school administration background and as well is with us full time is that Jason's now able to be a part of a lot of the statewide and some of the national networks. There's actually a school safety coordinator certification program that Jason's signing up for some of those modules and all of those kinds of things. So not that he didn't already know a lot about that before, but he is becoming quite the expert at being able to really navigate through some of the guidance, navigate through some of the statutes, and then make some recommendations for us that really do help ensure the safety of our students to the best of our ability every day, all day long. So I will pass it over to Jason.
Thank you, and we can make this short now because she just covered 95% of it, so.
I didn't give any specifics.
No, so I appreciate you guys having me, and I do appreciate the role that I'm in. Like she said, this is my 21st year in the district. Started out as a teacher, 17 plus, as I did a little subbing as an AP while people were out before I came down to the office. And so I've worked with the safety part of the high school for years, ran all the drills. One of my big claims is I've always run a fire drill. I've never been outside, so I've always burned up in the fire, right? This year I got to go outside and see how the fire drills were run at all the schools. So it's just a different lens that I've been able to see. So I'm going to go through a lot of the things that I've been able to work on, accomplish. There's a lot. I didn't realize it when I got into this role, how much it is involved in everything we do. So I tried to catch the key points, the big things, and then just kind of touch a little bit on some of the things that are very important, but that we still have work to do and so forth. And again, I know she mentioned Bill, but Bill really got us rolling.
Totally.
And I can't thank him
Very
enough. I know Bill, I've known Bill for years because I taught with his wife. All three kids went through when I was here. I text him all the time questions, so he's still helping out when he can. So, so first thing, and is it gonna not work right away? Let's see here. All right. One of the first things that I had to do when I came into the role was training our staff, right? So took a training that has been used the last couple of years by Bill, adjusted it a little bit, but it was still kind of canned because I was a month into my role, right? Didn't really know a lot of the stuff. So I did put in a copy for you guys to be able to see. But it covers the big thing that I stress with the staff, and I know Vicki was in here. You went through this training. I think Stan, I can't remember you. I don't think you were there that day, but it was really about informing. I'm not here to scare anybody or do anything to try to harm or, freak people out. It's all about making sure they're informed so they can make good decisions when a situation comes up. So that was my stressor to everybody. And that training was really about overall building security and how people get in and how we have the ignore the door signs on all the doors. Cameras, staff responsibilities. One of the big thing right now is every door should be locked while you're teaching, right? We've been preaching that for several years. Well, the new direction is really you should teach with your door shut and locked, right? Now, did we push everybody to do that? No. You got them to where they're locked. And if I walk around today, 99% of the doors are going to be locked, okay? And all the research out there that says that if there is an incident, a locked door pretty much saves your life. So that's why we preach that. Few other things that I mentioned in there, supervision. Supervision is really about safety, making sure the kids in that area are safe at the time, whether it's a lunchroom, whether it's the playground, what have you. Few other things, the emergency binders like we have over here. We have one, I talk about a little bit later, but one in every single classroom and office in the district. They're all the same, specific to each building. Basics of when an emergency comes up. You wouldn't think about it, but there's some basic steps that you should take just to make sure it's all handled correctly. 911 calls, how to do that. Standard response protocol, which is something we'll talk about a little bit later. Safety drills, the speak up, speak out, that is the state runs that our students can use to turn in, anonymous information about unsafe practices or concerns about their friends' mental health, stuff like that. And then the end of it, we talked about staff IDs and so forth. So it was about a 45-minute presentation to all the staff about just what we need to do to make sure we're all safe going forward. That training was 379 staff at this point have been trained. And I think I took it a little further than in the past where I made sure we talked to operations, to food service, the wellness center, the security staff. Even we have Educators Credit Union in the building now. I trained those four, which happen to be 2 students. Acelero is that the younger students school Head Start program over at Blakewood. I didn't even know it existed until this year, so I made sure I trained those 2 teachers. The PAC, I brought them in, Superintendent's Parent Advisory Council. So I tried to catch all of the people that we could. Next year, I'd love the opportunity to come do it with you guys during a board meeting.
Great.
Other pieces of my role, though, include absence management. I'm working with onboarding the substitute teachers, working with them on some training, classroom management, stuff like that as things move along. And then I know you guys just talked about attendance and new policies. Gonna work with the different schools on attendance monitoring. Kind of behind the scenes though, like we've got a small team looking at our codes and are they in there correctly and stuff like that, consistent policies. So I'm gonna start joining each school's MLSS meetings to be able to look at that stuff and just make sure we're doing all things the same way. In the role as the safety coordinator, the Wisconsin School Safety Coordinators Association, they have a conference coming up, so I'll be going to that with one of our SROs just to kind of see what we can learn from that. And then I am doing the safety certification program, which is interesting. I just started, and I'm PPEs and ladder safety and all this other stuff that you wouldn't really think about, but it's all part of it's working with operations on are we doing these things correctly, wearing helmets when we need to, or sound, noise levels, stuff like that. So that's what some of the trainings I've done in the role that I kind of serve. Obviously, if you guys have any questions, jump in. One of the biggest projects we had going on, and I started this with Bill last year at the high school, is getting these emergency signs in every classroom, in every building, every office, wherever we think we needed them. You can see you guys have 2 here. So you have a fire sign, fire emergency map, which tells you where to go in case of a fire. And then you have the tornado one. Next to it is the standard response protocol, which is our safety drill planning through the I Love You Guys Foundation. That is a gentleman started when his daughter was killed in a school shooting. And this foundation, everything that they do is free. And it's kind of it's really what most of the schools in the country are using today. It is creeping into higher education and actually into the business world as well. Like I said, everything's free. So they all are located by the doors. They're all in that particular order: fire top, tornado on the bottom, and then the sign next to it. Every school has its own little intricacies on what's next to a door. So trying to find exactly where to go, but most of them are in the same spot in each building.
And some of the importance of that, like we talked about, kind of the theme of this one is consistency is key. We have a lot of traveling staff who are in and out of buildings. And so I might have not ever practiced a fire drill with that particular staff at that particular school. Now I'm working at this other school on a Tuesday and suddenly there's something going on and I have to be able to respond. Also, as we know, if you were involved in any sort of school emergency of any kind, our staff take it very, very seriously that they're there first and foremost to keep the students that they get to care for each day safe, as well as educate them. They work really, really hard at that. And so the idea that the pressure in that moment, if there was an actual school safety crisis, is pretty high. And your brain needs to have a whole lot of routines set around it so that you can respond appropriately and don't put anyone in danger. So signage about if somebody calls a hold, oh wait, what's a hold? I know that sign is right there and I can understand exactly what I'm supposed to do. That part was really, really important.
Well, interestingly enough, having only really been in the high school for the last 20 years, the high school, for how awesome this building is, had paper ones just taped to the wall for years, right? Where kids write on them, they get damaged. And for years I've been talking to whoever I could, like, we got to do something a little more permanent. And then I get into the elementaries and in the middle school and some of them didn't even have them. So this took me most of the summer when I came into the school year to get into the classrooms, get it done. So I'm confident that other than maybe just a few areas that I'm gonna go through this summer and recheck, confident that we have this district covered in that, in those signs. On top of that, it was making and updating the emergency signs that we have in our Knox boxes and the fire department they have them in each truck. I actually put together a binder for the command vehicle who has all of this information for each building. Gonna make one for SMPD, but they also have maps and all that stuff in theirs that were just updated last year. So, and then operations uses those maps. It's interesting. I'll get an email. Hey, I just ran across this. I see we have a fire extinguisher here, but it's not on the map. So then I go back and add it on there. So we all have that stuff accurate.
And a Knox box, Jason, just for people who are
Knox
not
box
familiar.
is the box that is on the outside of every building that the fire department has access to only. That has keys and a fob to get into the building. So actually most of the businesses in the community have them.
Yep.
So,
because we may, as some of those are becoming shared services as well, but if there was a large enough emergency, we could have not only the South Milwaukee Fire Department responding, but Oak Creek, who's never once taken a walk through any of our
Right.
schools. And so they need a map and they need to figure out exactly where they need to be and where.
it's interesting because we did have a 911 call from Rawson a few weeks ago and it was actually one truck from South Milwaukee, but an ambulance from Cudahy responded it was Oak Creek.
Yep.
Because the other one was in service already, so. Geez, takes a little time. One of the other big areas was safety drills. Worked pretty extensively with Kevin Kempen over the last several years to unify stuff 612. So it was pretty easy to take that a little bit bigger into the elementary world. We have a unified schedule now. Each month is a specific drill. I know it's hard to see on there, but September is right away when we get in, we practice a lockdown. Because that is obviously one of the most important ones that we need to do. Then we go fire, then a secure drill, fire with obstacle, hold, which was this month. Next month is a lockdown with some kind of scenario with it to give it a little bit more meaning. Then fire, then you have the April tornado drill, and then in May you have another fire with obstacle. By law, you have to do 9 drills. It used to be all fire drills, and you don't have to do that anymore. As long as you're doing 9, the tornado one has to be in there, and then you have the ability to do some of those safety drills now. We've really scaled back on the fire because we've gotten pretty good at them. We've made some changes at some buildings, but we are, we're working pretty hard on that. I think it's the elementary world. It was foreign to me. And so hearing how they talk to the students there over the speaker as opposed to how I would have when I called a drill is a little different. And so I'm kind of learning that, but also trying to impress on them that sometimes you can't be nice. You have to tell them, we have to go. So we'll keep working on that. I'm at every drill that I can be, but actually I try to make sure I'm available so that I can be there to just monitor. I just try to watch. I've been able to get the fire department and the police department at all of the fire drills this year, which has been a huge eye opener for all of us. Classrooms go out to where they've always gone, standing right next to a fire hydrant. We don't think of that stuff, right? Or elementary's all out on the playground. Well, we can't be on the playground if we have 7 fire trucks on the playground. Classic example here at the high school. Like I said, every year, I've never gone outside. I just kind of let the sector captains deal with all that. Well, we've always been in the parking lot. Well, if we're going to have a fire here, we're going to have many fire trucks in that parking lot. So the very last one, we moved them all to the sidewalks. I thought it was going to be a little more difficult than it was. It went smooth. So, and actually teachers appreciated that we had designated areas for them to go to. So having the fire department involved, just their input, Frost has been awesome and just giving us ideas on how to do things. We now have before we release a drill, we have a fireman who's there who says, the school is now under your control so that we can turn the panel off. So we're just trying to build all those capacities. And then obviously I have to turn an after action report into Deidre every time, who then shares them with Sophia. And then at the end of the year, I have to actually turn them into the Department of Justice. Safety plan. This is a big ticket item that I'm working on right now. The current safety crisis response manual, it's been a 32-page document for the last several years with some basic information around communication, incident command, policies, procedures, emergency contacts, evacuation, hazardous material, stuff like that. We are taking, there's a template. I have a team. You can see the names of the team up there. There's a template by the WSSCA. It's taking what we had, expanding it. And Bill Wesley had a pretty thorough document, so I'm taking that and putting it into the template. So by the end of the year, I hope to be coming to you guys to get that approved. And it's just way more thorough on all your safety teams, because you have a community safety team and a district safety team, but then you have a school safety team. And then how does that flow work? The drill portion that we've done, very specific on a lot of different kinds of threats, behavior health, debriefing, all this other stuff that needs to be involved in that. And then actually if you have to do an evacuation, where are your locations? What's your school profile? What's the map to those locations? All that kind of stuff. One of the things that I do need to finalize, and this was one of those things that Bill said was really close to being done, and it's still really close to being done, is the high school athletics emergency action plan. It is virtually done, other than we need to add an incident piece. We have weather, we have injury, we have all that, but if there's an incident during an athletic event, that's a piece that's hanging us up. To me, I got to sit down with Ante and Jesse, and then have probably Captain Fournier, and we're just gonna sit down, talk through it, put that piece in, and we should be able to come to you guys with that as well, because they should have those binders at every event, in every gym, and the referees or whoever knows about this binder before the game starts.
And pardon me, pardon me, how difficult that might be, considering we've got baseball, softball, indoor events, outdoor events,
Right.
practices, et cetera. There's a lot to consider.
Yes.
I'm quite sure.
Well, and when you think about it, quite honestly, if something were to happen out at the baseball diamond, most people are going to run and just get in their cars and go. But we at least have to plan.
Right.
And put in place some procedures that we would like to see, so.
And just like most things, and even you heard some of the comments tonight, right? There's evolution in the recommendations on school safety. They've evolved quite a bit in the last couple of years. 3 or 4 years ago, nobody really worried so much about what happened at your athletics facilities until there was a number of incidents at athletics facilities in our immediate area. And that had all of us sitting down to say, do we have an evacuation plan? Do we have all of the things we may need? Should there be a threat to school safety? Well, it's at a school-sponsored event, right? You can't do that 24/7. But if it's a school sponsored event, then what are our responses? And we have a lot of our EMTs are there, and we have the fire department there, and the police department are there. If it's like a big football game outside, we don't always have all of that kind of supervision at every single event. And so how do you make sure that we have a consistent way, bless you, to contact and bring people in if we should need it? And how does every coach know exactly where they're supposed to go, what's safe to do? And some of that, the board and the community can click on some of these links and see some of those documents. Lots of that you actually keep quite confidential because you actually don't want to, report on your website that says, in a school safety situation, this is where we'll be, right? Because you're trying to keep kids safe in that situation. So some of that is available to parents and the public so that they understand that we do follow all of these guidelines from the Department of Justice, but also looking at the pieces that we do have to keep confidential. That is sometimes why the board goes into a closed session if you're reviewing your safety manuals and documents, because the board members can know some of that information, but that's not things you would maybe release to the general public.
Yeah, and in regards to that, it gets down to details, like PAC is involved, right? If you're having a performance or a concert choir or an outside agency is here using it, right? And then it even gets to working with the city to have curbsides painted red so that we know that the ambulance can always park there. Stuff like that is what we've got to finish in there. The next piece that I'm feeling really good about, at least the beginning pieces of this, is every school should have rally sites, evacuation sites. Different words, but really the same thing. Rally is, we need to get out of our building quickly. Where can we go? For many, many years, we've talked about them. I can honestly say that in my entire career at the high school, we've always said that everybody's favorite place right now, the Y, is the place we're going to go. But we can't go there right now because it's not open. So we didn't, up until this year, we didn't really have a designated place. I have worked pretty hard lately with the surrounding community, and we have been able to establish several rally sites for I have a primary and a secondary for all but 2 of the buildings. And those 2, I have at least 1 of the 2. Communication is tough sometimes, and I'll admit some of the places I reach out to, no one ever responded. In a classic example of this is, I can use this one, Blakewood. We always thought we would go to City Hall. Well, I met with the fire chief and the captains at City Hall, and right away, you can't come here. First of all, it's not big enough. And second, this is where incident command would be if we ever had an issue. So I was like, okay, but everybody for I don't know how many years always thought Blakewood would just go to City Hall. So we've been able to locate a different location. I'm working on a secondary location for them. And as having a secondary location to me is just important in case you can't go that direction, right? So each school will have at least 2. And like I said, so we developed an MOU. I've got several signed. I got 2 or 3 that are in the works. We should have all that stuff done here in the next couple weeks, ready to go. And then it's that planning piece afterwards of, okay, if we have to go there, what's the route we're going there? What do we do when we get there? Where are all the kids going? So one of the places has given us maps so I can plan that route. Everybody's been great that I've been able to meet with. Principals have gone over, we've taken tours. So I feel in a really good place. We get these last couple figured out, then we're sitting in a much better spot. It's unfortunate that we have to do this, but again, I think every facility out there should have some kind of plan in case something does happen. The next steps really is getting those last few formalized, and then getting those practices in place if something does happen. Just working with the staff. I know one school's jumping at the bit to get over there with his staff just to be able to let them see it. So we'd start there, build the capacity with the staff, and then sometime down the road, if we can do some walks over with students, would be great too. The bigger piece on evacuation is then how do you reunify with your students and parents, right? Most of the time, they're not the same location. And that's been preached by all of the places that we go to. I love you guys. They want you to go to a different location for that. So I did go to a training with Oak Creek and Franklin. They're all in on a particular reunification site that they said we could jump in. Right now, it's just getting that stuff finalized, that planning, keeping that going. The biggest thing there is developing that busing partnership. We all know how busing is today in the education world. There's not enough bus drivers. Bill started that, and his conversation with them was they will drop everything they can. Everybody that works there has their CDL and they'll get everybody here. I just have to follow up with that, get MOU signed and stuff like that. There is a pretty big supply list that you have to order through this I Love You guys. It's these big boxes of binders and name tags and tents and megaphones and all this stuff that you store somewhere and then you take it when you go. I've been through a half-day training on it. It's pretty intense, but it really works. Again, I hope we plan, I hope we train, and I hope we never use it. Right? So. Another big item, it seems the stuff seems kind of small, but when you add it all together, it's like this yearly audit of our systems. And it's interesting that you think something just works, but it doesn't. So tornado, fire, SRP, those are those up there. I said we have all those. The EOP binders, that's your emergency information binder that does have directions on what to do in certain instances, smaller version, and then some maps and so forth. Every teacher has started this year taking those with them outside on a drill. So then they also put in their medical plans for students, their attendance, all that stuff. You ever at elementary school during a drill and you see all teachers walking out with it? High school used to be these blue folders. We've gone to these now. They either have them sitting by their phone or they have them right by the door, so they're easy to grab.
Do you have electronic versions of that?
We were just talking about that today, actually, because the second you put that on paper, there's stuff that's outdated. Like I just went through and changed a whole bunch of phone numbers of people that have moved around, so it's outdated. So we're just talking how can we make that a little more general with some things, but then have that electronic version readily available.
Yeah, we all run out usually with this.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
Not remember
right.
that.
And yes, it is available as a Google Doc.
Yes.
Okay.
I just have to
But-
figure out how to put all that together for
Okay.
everybody. Ignore the doors, the signs that we have. If those of you that came in over here, there's one out there. Inside of every glass door that is an entrance to a building has an ignore the door sign on the front, on the inside. If there's 4 doors, there's at least 2 signs. On the outside, it says all visitors must report to the office. Also by the I Love You Guys Foundation. Dan Bader and I are working at talking about putting together a sign that includes that with some other stuff, because you get too many signs on a door and people don't read them anyways, right? So that's one of the things that, I went around to all the schools and made sure they have. 911, here's an interesting one. The first day of Christmas break, I come in for a couple hours with one of the officers, went to every single building and called 911 at least twice. High school was fine, district office was fine, middle school was fine. None of the elementary schools worked. No idea why. So obviously send my emails out. Brian had it fixed within a couple days. It was something AT&T had to do. But you just kind of assume it's going to work, but then it doesn't work, so I'm glad we were able to do that, confirm what the addresses were, all that kind of stuff. We do have the paging system, the 999 that calls like 612 or the 612 campus. We use that all the time when we do drills together. But I didn't know if it worked at the other schools, because that actually pages at the schools and the district office so that they know that something's going on. So I've been working with the principals on how to, if you just need something within your building, it's a minor hold, or you just need to talk to your staff, you use the 1245 999 broadcast it out so that emergency people find out. Phone stickers, very simple thing. Every phone in the district has a little sticker on it that's got how to call 911, how to call a lockdown, and then how to call your health office in that building. Seems like a small thing, but it's important information. The final ones on here, Go box is what each school has. Interestingly enough, I did that in early December. It does seem like I did some of this stuff late, but I'm like, getting my feet wet and trying to figure out a lot of these processes. And every school had something a little different in the Go box, so that is on my agenda to make sure those are all unified. I'm gonna order same kind of boxes for everybody. Obviously, the high school's got more information because you have to have a printed demographic for every student. So theirs is a little bigger than Luther, but that's something we're working on. I hope to, at our PD days coming up, to make sure all the lockdown buttons work, because I don't want to do that when kids are in school. So I'm going to talk with Carol Dufak. We'll go around and check those out. Trainings I already talked about. So those are, they seem like small things when you talk about each one, but put them all together and it really is making sure your systems work correctly. Cameras and doors. This is a big part of my job, is just making sure every day I come in, I make sure they're all working properly. I've learned how to go find the port, reset them if I have to. This is what we currently have after, referendum money has helped us a lot there. So the high school, 89, when I say 89 cameras, some of those have 2, 3, or 4 views on them. So that's why it has 150 views. I will say that, we still have some work to do there. Some are getting old. And we still have some blind spots, but nowhere near what we used to have. I remember when I first started, I had to go into the server room and look on a little laptop at the couple cameras we have. So we've come a long way. We actually have the football field, tennis courts, baseball diamond, softball diamond, and soccer field covered with footage as well. So.
And I just want to pause there, since we do have a lot of community members here and listening. That is referendum dollars. So that is part of the money that we asked for to improve safety. And so that's our taxpayer dollars at work, helping create a safety.
And I will say it is used every day to either replay and watch something that happened in the hallway, or whether it's a lost phone, there are thousands of dollars these days, or to an incident that happened in the hallway. So it's
We've also
pretty
had,
important.
Yeah, a number of parents ask to see foot, the
Mhm.
child fell down or I got injured, or I believe something happened to them in the course of the day, and then they can request, it release the footage to people, but people can request to come and view it. And that's been really comforting to a lot of our families to know that they can also have access to it as needed.
And then we have the keyless entry fobs that all the staff have. And those are working out well, because you can turn those off if you need to. You can restrict times, stuff like that. Visitor management. This is obviously I guess an important topic. It's the Raptor is the system we've used. It's what most schools in the area use. So getting a little bit more comfortable with using that as the school year goes along. I added a mobile component. So we had some questions like, well, Luther had an event where 50 parents were coming. Well, to sit and scan every single parent can take a very, very long time. So parents can pre-register, send in their information, you pre-do it. But what we did is we sent over, they call them toasters, where the ID goes, sent over 2 extras of those and some extra printers. Things went smooth. When we had the big career fair down at the high school, I literally sat in that foyer, and we had 3 or 4 going at the same time. So things went smooth. So you're still having that security piece, but you're just moving along a little quicker. Everybody gets a printed badge, and new to this year's that yellow visitor lanyard, which is working out great, because I think people are recognizing that. And then if staff or someone sees someone without it, they know to talk to them. Well, one of the things that we added is we just ordered 500 more, because I wanted every elementaries for field trips. Because if you have our elementary students on a field trip and they will see that yellow lanyard, if they get lost or what have you, they know it's with our school. So making them feel a little bit more safe. We did add the fitness center. I know talked about a lot today. We did add down there the Raptor system for everybody that comes in every time. And I knew it was going to be a little bit of change. And so I spent 2 days down there with the staff, talking to the community members as they came in. It's working pretty smooth, other than the toaster having to be switched out here and there. So they have 2 down there just in case. But It's about a 20-second delay to get in. So it is working. The big thing is building that consistency, and I think you guys have heard that throughout my presentation tonight. It's consistency among what we do and what the buildings have and everything, so that, because my thing is, if there is an incident, we're gonna go help. You might not know your building, but if all the procedures are consistent, we can make it happen. Other updates, if you haven't heard, Rosslin's got some parking issues. I think we solved the west side off the alley. We bought some yellow cones with some chains and blocked it off. And I stood down there that first day for drop off and pickup, and some thank yous from parents, which was awesome. The biggest issue we had there was the milk delivery guy. He struggled with his truck, so it just took a little reconfiguring. We got that all figured out. Lakeview, we're working with the operations. Their doors are original to the building. So we're looking to replace those. Again, that will be with referendum money. Looking to replace those all this summer. I will say right now, as we stand here, I don't know that some of those doors actually lock properly. So if there's an incident, they wouldn't be so safe. The gym is a really good example. Those doors are really, really old. So that's why I think the gym doors are going to get done as soon as possible. And then we're going to get those other ones done. Working with Dan Bader and Carol Dufek on a sign audit and replacement plan for all the schools. If you drive around the district, the signage is different everywhere, right? So our intern she went around, took pictures. We want to be able to get a consistent plan throughout the district. Then I work with Dan Arnold and Carol Dufek and Josh Beefus on a rekeying the entire district, which is going to be a daunting project. But we will start with Lakeview with their new doors. It's developing a key management and tracking system right now. Unfortunately, I think especially at the high school, there's probably keys out there that people that haven't worked here in a while. It's just one of those things that's tough to track. And there's so many keys right now at the middle school. I have 4 different keys to open doors. So, but some of that is because half the doors have been replaced, so which is a good thing. The knock spots again. I did an audit with the fire department because I didn't know what was in them myself. And it was interesting. Some of the maps in there were very old, so we got those all updated, laminated, good. Confirmed all the fobs work, and then keys in there. Some of them were in really good shape, but you started to see some rusting on some stuff. So this spring we will work on getting those all updated. And then one of the other things, the Department of Justice now has a requirement each year. By the first year, you have to upload blueprints and maps, safety assessment, safety plans, school safety training, and violence drills. And those all have been updated. And not knocking anybody, but if I look back, there's pieces that have been there, but not all of them. So I'm confident that we're in a good spot right now. Next steps, in 2024, we had our assessment with the police department. I actually hope to go get trained on how to do the assessment next year so I can do it with them.
Any of the changes you see, or if there's additional cameras added, or like the cameras on all the athletic fields, the SMPD comes through once every 3 years and does like a complete external safety assessment and gives us a list of suggestions of things that they believe that we should upgrade. And then we turn around and try to do them, as often as we can and quickly as we can, because that's their recommendation. And if they were to support us in a critical incident, how they would want to see things go.
And I would think, because I can see I have the last 3, and the things that we've been able to do has grown each time. So we're in a pretty good spot. Working on an updated MOU with the police department for our SROs.
An SRO is a school resource
school
officer,
resource
for those
officer.
people who don't know.
We have one in the.
We use a
school.
lot of acronyms. We try
Yes,
our
we
best to make them clear.
But we haven't really had a update to that in several years, so it was due. Physical upgrades, the new doors, the audits, the cameras, creating that safety plan, but then also working on the recreation piece of that with how important the recreation department is here, their after school stuff, the summer programs. So working on some of that stuff. Final piece for me is really just sharing the potential safety issue with visitors to school during the school day, including people using the fitness center and the walking track. As someone who has worked in that high school for 20 years and 17 as an associate principal, To me, that's been one of the biggest issues, and I'm not sitting here saying people are trouble or what have you. It's just not safe in the general sense. I do have a couple slides on some stuff that I did some research on. Basically, CM Region, which is an insurance company that deals with a lot of schools, operating school fitness center for public use during the school day is generally not recommended due to the significant security and liability risks. Most advise hours around outside of that. And then Texas School Safety Center just last year, operating school fitness center for the public during instructional hours is generally discouraged by safety experts. They say we should, it compromises a sterile environment. Sterile environment is we have the kids in, everybody's safe, they're locked in, right? And then we're inviting the community inside when you don't need to.
Well, and also, Mr. Termont, you mentioned all of the plans that you've been developing, right? All of our evacuation plans, all of the things that if we've got people in our school during the day that don't know the plan, how can we ensure their safety as well? So it's like, to
Right.
me, it seems like an extra liability that we're taking on.
Mhm. Well, and I agree. I would say, in training the security staff, they do the best they can. But I will say over the years, we've had some negative experiences, not a lot, where, I have a fire drill and people refuse to stop walking on the track. Or I'll use yesterday as an example. We had to go into a hold for a medical situation, pretty basic stuff, but they didn't hear it in the fitness center because the music is going on. And then I had some of the community members out in the hallway, which when I talked to them, they went in, right? But these are things that as a school system, I believe as the safety guy, you should not have to be dealing with, right? Couple other pieces that I put together, and most critical guideline is maintaining a security perimeter. Allowing the public into a fitness center during school hours creates a point of unauthorized access. Now we have a point of control, right? We check them in, it's locked, they have to buzz in, they have another desk to get by, and then they go through. So we have eyes on most of the time. Because you can get in that elevator, you can go to the second floor, and you can then walk the halls. So we control what we can control, but we don't have total control. You do have that interaction, and most of the interaction is fine, right? But we have had some negative interactions over the years with kids and people walking the track. We've had some medical situations on the track that we've actually had to put the school in a hold for. So that affects our school day as well. This one, the school board authority, it's temporary use of school grounds, buildings, facilities, or equipment for any lawful purpose. However, the law explicitly states that it is allowed only if the use does not interfere with the use for school purposes. I would argue it interferes with our Phy Ed classes every day. Now, right now, are we doing it? We're making it work? Yes, we are. But when you have Phy Ed classes in the community in there, that is not ideal, right? And it really kind of leads to the last one, FERPA, which is, student confidentiality. You could be in the fitness center on a machine and a Phy Ed teacher could be talking to a student about his grades or his behavior or what have you. You could be walking the track and you could overhear a teacher talking to a student. So in my eyes, as a safety coordinator, I see us having this open as a liability, as a safety issue. And that's not just because I'm in this role today. I've thought of this since I was an AP 17 years ago, because I've worked with it for that many years. So I did a little bit further research. What I came up with, 19 fitness centers associated or located within a K-12 school, right?
Is that
And
across the state of Wisconsin, Jason?
what's that?
Across the
Yeah,
state?
state of Wisconsin, sorry. One through regular school hours. That's us. Two that are open during regular school hours, Shorewood and Verona, separate buildings. One is actually like a mile away. The other 16 only have hours before and after. It's interesting, when I put this together, and compiled it all, Here are specific daytime access details for several schools. This is the exact wording it came up with. South Milwaukee High School. This is one of the most accessible options. That scared me. Because even though we feel we are doing a good job of controlling, it's just one of those things where you're inviting something to happen. That's how I feel. So with all of that, my recommendation, one of the biggest pieces of how I think about things today is that we close it during the school day, and I know that won't be a popular decision. Have it open morning, maybe. Most of these schools are open 5 to 7, something like that, 5:30 to 7:30, what have you, and then after school. Some of them as early as 3:30, some of them 4, some of them not till 5. We could do a 3 to 4 where it's staff and students only, stuff like that. But that is one of the biggest concerns I have. And I've worked pretty closely with the security staff this year. I've gotten to know them a little bit, spent some time down there. They're doing everything they can, but we have some areas that just give opportunities that we shouldn't be giving. That is it. I know it was a lot, and I probably could talk about a lot of other things, but
No, that's,
another time.
yes. I made some notes on things you're gonna come back and talk to us
Yeah.
about, but let's open it up just for discussion. Again, this is on the agenda for discussion at this point, but questions? Comments?
A member of the fitness center. Adam does a really nice job communicating with people when there are going to be events. I don't know if that was new of this year. I only started working on this task. But you said that there were times where there were like fire drills and people want to keep walking. Was that a new thing that now he says like, hey, there's going to be a fire drill, which means walking tracks going to be closed during this time?
I think, we're including him in more when we talk about this stuff. He's actually part of the high school safety team, just because we knew that component was probably missed over the years. So I think that is probably newer. But we've always communicated with them. I would like to get to the point where we're getting away with as much advanced notice because what we have is you give an advance notice on a fire drill, and the next thing I know, the people that are helping clear the halls are already standing in their locations. They should be working until that alarm goes off, right?
I mean, I don't know the employees, I just mean.
Yeah.
Fitness center.
Right. So, but I think with Adam, I think he's just trying to be more proactive to communicate more. So I think that is new.
I was just bringing that more to like compliment him on doing a nice job
Yeah.
of being communicative.
Right. But I think it is because we are including him.
Yeah.
I'll just say the best fire drill I ever had when I worked at a facility with adults with developmental disabilities was when we accidentally set off the alarm doing a test and the Honeywell guy didn't flip a switch and it was like 2 degrees in January and the alarm went off. So as much as you can not alert people, I think that's the best way.
Right. And
to do it.
again, love to get that route. The reason that we have been doing it for the last several years is that one of the school shootings, Stoneman Douglas, he literally pulled the fire alarm so that more students would be in the hallway. So we're still trying to work through all of those thoughts through. So again, we don't want to scare people. We want to inform, we want to train, but we're far enough away, I think, that we could start doing some of that. And we do have those too. We had one not that long ago where something it got tripped off at the middle school and it was not planned. And we learned something from every single one of those. We had one in the summer when not many people were here. Something triggered it and I couldn't get anybody on the radio, and that's because none of the administrators had their radios. But it was summer. No one was here, right? So it was like you learn. I'm like, guys, we always got to have our radios because you don't know. So
yeah. But I appreciate how much work has gone into like consistent systems, everybody doing everything the same way. We hear that over and over and over again from the district administration that it seems like things used to be pretty loosey-goosey and now we're like, hey, can we get everybody on the same page? Can we get an established system to do it? So that's fantastic. And otherwise I just, I like a lot of your recommendations. I know through public comments, we heard a lot of people say, well, there hasn't been any incidents, so why do we need to do anything? And like, it's safety. You don't wait until something happens and then react to it. You be proactive, you minimize the risk, you get yourself in the safest situation you can. There's always that 1 in a million chance, but that's what you do is you eliminate that risk down to 1 in a million and you live with that. So I appreciate that, that first and foremost, you're thinking of the safety of the students, the safety of the staff. I know too, through a email I received, one of the members of the community said, we really like seeing the kids in gym class. It's so important for us. And the flip side of that is like, that's not like your right to watch kids in gym class. How do they feel? How do the teachers feel? How does the person in charge of security feel about all those eyes looking down on you? And just understand that when it comes to safety in the building, kids first, teachers, right? All the rest of the staff. That's how we view it.
Well, I would venture to say the world is, I know when this place was built, I came in the second year. That was part of the deal, but the world is different 20 years later. It's very different. So.
Yeah. Very in-depth. And I think just going through this level of detail and just kind of even, sharing some of the gaps and, right, like we thought we were doing a really good job, but, just changing times and then really having kind of that global lens, for the entire district is really important. So you've done amazing work. Yeah, consistency is key. Working in higher ed and being part of drills, but also having lived through some emergencies where, right, it's like, oh, it's just a drill. And then, everybody's in the bathroom using the hand dryers and it's not a drill. This is what we need and we need to build that muscle memory, like you said. So then when something does happen, it's just, what to do. I know to grab the book. I need to, where to meet and where to meet safely, not in the parking lot where, you're a prime target to get hit by a fire truck or things like that. So this is great work, very much appreciated. You did a great job as a assistant principal in the high school and you're doing an amazing job here. Yeah, this is great. And really looking forward to hearing updates. And I took some notes on just some of the things that you said you're still working on. So we'll invite you back. I do kind of want to just call out to the end of your report. So just talking about the fitness center, because that is something that we as a board have been talking about. There is no action for tonight, but you did put forth a recommendation. And so just want to look to the board to see, are we interested in having Mr. Termont grab a little bit more data with respects of like usage and how many individuals like would, if we were to like go with a recommendation and change those hours, how many people would be impacted based on current usage?
Yes, I noticed that the hours are 5:35 a.m. presently, right? Until, thank you. So if we could know like how many come in hourly, perhaps, like our average hourly count?
Yeah, I think that's available. I think Stan's probably got some of that. But yeah, that's.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, so interest.
So if I remember, someone said that it used to be open later than 7:45.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, Stan and I talked about that yesterday. There weren't very many people using it late into the evening, and so therefore those hours were dropped back. But there's nothing that says you can't add those hours back in if you're connecting, or you can't even open earlier than what we have right now, because that's not atypical of 5 a.m. start versus a 5:30 start, as we started looking at what the schedules are for other districts that have a similar facility to us.
Yeah, I would love to know that. Like, I appreciate the comparison of the 19 in the state. So of the 16, what are those hours?
Yeah, I actually
Yeah,
have
but
that.
that-
right here,
yeah.
so.
No, and that's great. So usage, and
So
then,
you're talking about possibility of split usage.
Yeah,
Maybe an hour or 2 hours before the kids are,
that's
What-
what a lot
time
of
would
schools
you-
are doing, 5:30 to 7.
what time do the kids get in here?
The doors open at the high school at 7, but they only go to the commons until 7:15. So if we had till 7, that would give people that 15-minute buffer to be out the door 24, which is the other end of the building before we open, because we do have a staff member that keeps them from going down the hallways. Now, granted, you get a student here or there to go visit a teacher early, but a lot of times those teachers come get them. So we have a little buffer there.
And that would, we also have some gating systems and things like that
Right.
that are used like on the weekend and in the evenings when students aren't here, just to prevent people from getting to other places in the building as well.
Okay.
But it's interesting, we're able to gate off that second floor outside the elevator after school, before school, but during the day, we
Right.
cannot.
Yeah.
So I've actually just added cameras up in that area to help. Yeah. Mhm.
Ask a quick question. So when people come in to use the fitness center, they do the Raptor system, it scans your ID. Do we do background checks on those individuals? When I volunteered to do a field trip, I had to do a bid. Do we
So
back?
they do, it's not a background check. It checks against, some registries out there, sexual offenders, stuff like that. I don't know specifically what the fitness center does when they sign up, for. No. No, just Raptor. So
I mean, I'll just say if they're going to be around kids, maybe we have that same standard of you need to be able to pass a background check.
I would say, yeah, I can make a note of that and then we
For
can
discussion.
get legal,
Yeah.
Right.
counsel on that because um, not violating anybody's rights by, doing background checks on everybody. I don't know. Okay. So it sounds like we are,
Possibilities for hours after.
So after school,
And weekend.
there's well, weekends you could do all day long. Right?
Okay.
I think because you might have some sporting events and practices,
They're
but we would
after.
still have that at night. You could do a lot of things. Some of the schools are right away at 3:30 till 9. Like I had mentioned, 3 to 4, I think would be great for our athletes to build our programs to have a designated staff student hour. But you could do 4 to 9, 4 to 10, whatever would work.
so we have good questions. So it sounds like we want more information. And so then, is everybody in agreement that we invite Mr. Termott back to our next board meeting with additional data and, just some, like hours for other similar fitness centers? Probably not Shorewood since they have their own building. But yeah, I mean, gather some data for us and then put together a couple recommendations based.
I would say we'd also want to invite Stan and Adam and
Yes.
somebody from our security team because
Yeah.
their voice is really important in all of this. And they've already started to put some thought into what might be possible as the way they serve the community. So I'd like to also include them.
Yeah, no, that's.
Welcome them to the, to the joint presentation because they're the ones who manage
Yeah.
all of those things. So I think that voice is important.
Yeah, I agree. No, that would be great. Does that sound agreeable?
Is that enough time?
That's the next one.
Yeah, is that,
Yeah.
do you feel like that?
When is it next week already?
No.
Oh.
We got 2 weeks.
Then yes, it'll be enough time.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I have the data on those other
Okay.
schools already, so.
Okay.
And
Just getting Stan's data on the
Yep.
usage report.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Stan
and-
gave some usage reports already, just so we regularly review those kinds of things. And so I asked him to get some clarifying information on a bunch of the stuff he had. So he's already worked on it. And Adam sent some suggestions today as he's been thinking about some of this.
Okay.
So that if the board did ask us to take action, we weren't just starting from ground zero.
Perfect.
So, so the teams have been talking about this and working about this, but
That sounds great. Okay, that would be wonderful. We invite you back, for additional data and, presentation and recommendations. And so that would be an agenda item, that we would take action on. Or discussion, possible action.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Great work. Really appreciate it.
thanks, Jason.
Moving on to item D, which is our potential community center updates, including the review of the facility report. So we have guests. I will turn this over to Deidre in just a moment as our guests are entering, but
Sure.
Yeah, otherwise we can grab one from my office too.
Thank you guys all for waiting.
All right, just need a.
So I do want to just, before you start, just remind everybody that this is for discussion purposes only. So again, thank you for coming and being here to talk through in detail, but the board will not be making any decisions tonight based on the information that we are being presented. And then I just would like to remind the board that we will not be discussing any purchase price for the facility. That is not something that we discuss in open session, and it's not something that is part of the agenda. So it's really just the facility report.
And then just a reminder to the public, thank you so much for your patience and sticking it out as it was a long agenda, and we did want to make time for everybody to get to speak at the beginning. But this is not a time also when the community can interact or ask questions, but there is that FAQ right on our website. I was going to pull it up, but if we both try to get on these at the same time, they get a little cranky. So right on our website, on that community page, there is a place where you can submit questions. So if you're listening to anything that gets presented in the facilities report, and you had a question about something in particular, you can submit it right on the website. And we will, in fact, get an answer and respond, because the board is able to ask questions of the team that's here tonight, but the community can't ask some of those follow-up questions tonight. But we do want your questions answered if you have them. So you can submit them right on that recreation page. I showed it last time for those of you who are here. If you just put your question in there with your name and a contact, we are happy to get back to you with answers to any of those questions as we go.
Thank you, because I wrote that down and I forgot to say it, so.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, so for those watching online and behind, I'm Dan Arnold, Director of Business Services. I'm joined today with McLean from EUA, Jordan and Ryan from CG Schmidt, who have been part of the team, who have been absolutely integral to get this facility study conducted and accomplished. So our agenda tonight, we're going to just review our timeline and then spend a good amount of time reviewing the facility study. And then at the end, we'll have a discussion on next steps. So just to take a step back, as we talked about in our previous board meetings, and also as is available in the poster behind us, conversations about potentially building a rec center have been going on for quite some time. So November 2024 to September 25, we had a community recreation center committee looking into the possibility of developing a standalone community recreation center. We had 2 workshops, and during that time in September, the former YMCA facility became a possibility. So then in October 27th, we had the preliminary agreement approved by the school boards of Cudahy and also South Milwaukee. And that specifically allowed the purchase of the facility, or rather I should say that the site would not go on sale to the general market. And it gave the school district of South Milwaukee and Cudahy the opportunity to look into the possibility of putting in a offer to purchase. And that's really why we're here tonight, is to perform one of those due diligence items and look into the facility and what the condition of the site is. December 16th, we approved the formal intergovernmental agreement between Cudahy and South Milwaukee. I'll note that agreement would have to be approved at the meeting of the electors, which I'll talk about later as well when we talk about next steps. But then December 17th, we held a public hearing related to the potential issuance of debt. And that was for up to $10 million of bonds for the purposes of purchasing and renovating that old YMCA facility. So today, we're following up on those due diligence items. So that preliminary agreement ends Monday. So that's coming up pretty quickly here. And tonight we're looking at the facility study, which is probably one of the most crucial pieces of the board's decision and the board's discussion regarding potentially putting in an offer to purchase on this facility. Cudahy will review the same report with the same team next week as well. So the time is of the essence, obviously, and this is a key step. So a couple things to note about this facility study. So first of all, the purpose of the facility study is to inform the board of the areas of the facility that were professionally inspected by this team here to determine the cost of needed repairs over the next 5 years, should the board choose to make an offer to purchase that would potentially be accepted. So with that in mind, the report is actually 3 reports as well. So you want to keep in mind that for tonight's presentation, we're not going to go over every single aspect of the report. The three is kind of comments and conditions of the sites in general, cost projections, and then also a pool study. Those were given to the board ahead of time for this discussion, is available on Board Book and will be available on the district website tomorrow after this board meeting. So our goal tonight is really to go over the high level items presented to the board, be ready for questions, and have a thorough discussion.
And Dan, just to preface that, I think as the community has noted, there was a lot of concerns about the condition of the building.
Yep.
And that was where it was so important to hire a professional to make sure that the board knew exactly what they were getting into if they were going to decide to make an offer to purchase, right? And there's still a number of steps that would need to happen between now and then if the board wanted to move forward. But it is fair to say that many of the things that the community members named as concerns certainly are concerns in this report. And the overall report is quite disappointing, right, for the current shape of the building. And so that's, as we go into it tonight, that is known, the cost associated with it. Many of the public comments tonight were worried about not just the initial costs, but cost year after year. And that's part of what we asked the team to assess. Like, what are the things that you can anticipate within those first few years? And the dollar amount is, as the big unveil here in a few minutes, right? But the dollar amount is well over what the board was hoping it would be under, which is under that $10 million threshold. And so tonight there is no action, but this is informational as one of those steps. And a number of people mentioned the environmental study. This team received the environmental study. There are some line items in that facility study report that talk about how they haven't included some of the dollars for asbestos abatement and some of those things. Schools are equally as aged as that building. And so we do have a lot of data on what asbestos abatement and things like that costs, as we do tend to do that when we had to replace the middle school gym. And that's costly. There's no question about that. The board has charged us to keep bringing back more and more information. And so that's what we're doing tonight, is sharing the information. But it is disappointing. The number of community members that did ask us, and I know that's come up a bunch tonight, but there were quite a few. It's on all the documentation that, can you at least investigate looking at the former YMCA? And so that's really what the board did in order to keep this process moving forward, is investigate. And lots of the comments have been, this is not the right time if that property is still for sale years later, all of those things, right? And lots of what's in the facility study may drive the board to do just that, is to say, like, this is not the right time, or this is not the right building, or this is not right for our community at this time. And those decisions aren't going to all get settled tonight, but tonight is an opportunity for the public to see this facility study, for the board to get a chance to ask our experts in detail. Anytime you get a facility study, we do them all the time on the buildings we own now, right? So a facility study was recently done in the building we're sitting in, because we have to budget ahead, much like somebody said they do for their house, right? We have to budget ahead. How many years, what's the lifespan of the boilers that we currently have? Well, we can tell you that for all the buildings we currently own. That way we can plan ahead for needed facility repairs as we go. So some of that's also in the report, but again, as we get in there, I think it's really important to know that, right, it is not coming out exactly as we were hoping that it would.
And
Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yes, let's keep going and let's get into, I think we're all here to really.
Yeah.
So let's do it.
So let's go.
Last point I would add before showing some numbers is just that this is a similar process that we follow for our district. We approved a facility study for the district. We had architecture on hand, and then provided real cost estimates as well. Provided it on a huge list. And Carol and I, our manager of operations, have been going through that weekly. essentially trying to hone that to a 10-year capital improvement plan for the district, so multiple buildings. So all that to say, we'll start looking at some specifics of the report. So I'll turn to McLean to talk a little bit about the rating system and provide like an overall summary of how the report looks in some.
Can we do introductions first
Yeah.
so everybody is, yeah.
Sure, I'll start. McLean Schramm with EUA. I'm project manager. I'm with EUA.
Jordan Albrecht, Senior Project Manager with CG Schmidt.
Ryan Schmidt with CG Schmidt.
Names that we see out and about everywhere, so familiar names, so great. Thank you for coming tonight.
Yep, thanks for having us back. So it is important before you see the rest of the report to understand how EUA is ranking different elements and systems of the bill. So the legend on the bottom here that you can see, red, orange, yellow, green, and darker green, that's 1 to 5. So we rank every item on a scale of 1 to 5. And an easy way to think about it is a 3 is kind of a baseline for existing buildings, not brand new buildings, but older existing buildings, as everything is what you would expect it to be if it's well maintained for the age of that facility. So we're looking at a facility that was built in the 70s with an addition in the 90s. So if you look through this, think about that baseline expectations of a 3 of an existing facility, right? And then you go up or down depending on the condition of those different elements of those systems, how they were maintained or replaced. So keep that in mind. And then the other graph here that you can see is a quick snapshot of the whole facility and site. You'll see more where it goes into more detail, itemizing different items in those categories, but just a quick snapshot of the building. You can see at the bottom, it's averaging a 2.11, which is below that baseline expectations for the age of this building as a 3. And when you get into a lot more details, you'll see there are 4s, there are 3s, there are 2s, there are 1s, but on an average, you're seeing a lot more 2s and 1s.
Yeah, and I would just re-emphasize, so most of those items are 2s and 1s. And I would just invite the board to look at the report in detail. Essentially, each of those civil site, ADA, foundation, roofing, et cetera, those categories, there's more categories beneath them. And just like McLean said, most of them are 3 or below. There are 2 5s, if I remember correctly, and the chillers and boilers are new. But a lot of the other mechanical components, which we'll actually show on another slide here, are quite out of date and need to be replaced in their entirety. Sorry. Yep. So then we'll just go ahead and turn to the interior. So we'll just talk about some highlights quickly. So in general, so we walked the facility before EUA and CG Schmidt came online. And we were able to see a lot of these things. So if you just by walking through the facility, you can see that there's drywall that needs to be replaced, there's flooring that needs to be redone. And those were things that we knew walking in that we probably need to work on. The parking lot needs to be redone. And we talked earlier, you heard earlier in public comment, fire suppression, so the fire suppression system needs to be addressed. And those are items that are articulated in the report. So McLean, I don't know if there would be anything else that you would add, or Ryan or Jordan, about the interior items specifically. But as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen here, a lot of those items are in quite poor condition.
So Dan, can I
Yeah.
interrupt? So we've invited these guys, so can we turn this
Yep.
over to them, and just really want to hear from you guys, really, if you can walk through this and, yeah.
So the interiors does have a lot of red, probably more than some of the other categories. But what you're seeing is, again, so ceiling finishes on average, it's a 1. And if you go back to that legend, that means that things are in critical condition, right? So on average, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing ceilings, walls, and floors, finishes in a critical condition. That means they're damaged, maybe they're missing, things are loose, chipped, falling off. I mean, there's conditions where We'll see a little bit later when we get into roofing. There's roofing issues, major concerns there where water has come into the building. When water comes into the building, it damages ceilings and walls and finishes flooring. So that's a lot of what you're seeing on the interior side.
Go ahead.
Question on the asbestos tile. I know it's a one. Does that mean that those tiles contain asbestos and they're damaged, or just that they contain asbestos?
Well, we know through the environmental study that was provided to us that there are hazardous materials in the building. It wasn't quantified and tests weren't provided for that, but we know they exist. So if you want to replace those, then that's obviously something you have to address, and that costs a lot. That's a critical finish to handle.
But does that mean that those tiles, yes, they contain asbestos, but do we know if they're damaged, I guess? Does the one indicate damage or just that they exist?
Environmental study, they exist in the building,
Yep.
but until you test, I can't tell you where or which ones.
Okay.
They honestly have to be tested.
So just the one is that, yes, that's it. That's the, that we know it, that they exist.
Based on that report,
Yeah.
knowing
Yeah.
that they're in there and you would have to address that. I mean, that's why it's a one. It's a critical hazardous material that you're going to have to address.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned leaking. So we don't really know kind of what the condition of what's behind the walls. I asked that because we just did our bathroom and we had leakage and the whole wall fell apart.
Could be mold, right?
Could be mold. It was everything was rotten. So I'm assuming then, just again, knowing that there was leakage, but we don't really know what's behind it.
That's true. There were some walls where drywall have been removed to deal with obvious water damage.
Okay.
So we saw all over evidence of water at some point in time, whether that's walls, floors, ceilings, which relates also to our roofing assessment of that being a very critical. And when water comes into contact, it ruins things quickly.
Yeah.
Right.
Sophia, if you go later on in the report where it breaks down the cost, they do call out, take out all the drywall because you can't.
Yeah.
There's so
We
many
just-
spots where you're like, oh,
Right.
let's just get rid of all of it.
Yeah.
So
I just want to call out again because we're seeing this and we've
yeah.
seen it.
Well, and I want
They have not.
make a point of that too, that it's not trying to like nickel and dime of like, oh, well, it's only missing. Like, no, if there's drywall showing water damage, just take it all out.
Yep.
And the report is available to the public right now.
Right
So
now,
yeah,
yes.
so people
Yep.
can be following along as best they can. This is just a highlight.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll let you guys talk about some of the mechanicals, and we hinted a bit at the roof, but it'd be worth to get into that in a little bit more detail as well.
So on the mechanical side, you will see a couple green items here. Chiller boilers have been recently replaced. A lot of ones are due to systems or elements of systems being past their life expectancy. Everything has an expected lifespan. You know, if it's maintained well, you can see that maybe more. But a lot of these are at or past that point. So air handlers, unit heaters, fin tube, many of these are a result of it just is past its life expectancy. If that makes sense. With roofing, as mentioned before, you can see the roofing membrane, drains, gutters, and downspouts in critical condition. In the other report that you have, there's some imagery that kind of shows some of that. You'll see that there's water evidence or water damage evidence in the parapets, in the exterior wall systems on the inside. Some of the parapets, copings, flashing where the roof comes up the wall is not connected anymore, so it's an easy way for water to get behind that. Ultimately, we're recommending the roof would be replaced. And as you replace the roof, that tear off will allow you to see if there are other issues that have resulted over time with that. Skylights look good though. And
That sounds right, I know. But, because, I mean, so those are new, but if we did like a full tear off, I'm assuming there might be some damage, like to the skylights, like, are you able to preserve I know I'm looking over at Brian because he's our expert that we know, but yeah, like, I don't know, like if you're pulling everything off of a roof, are you able to kind of secure that or does that kind of open up a can of worms?
I think you can definitely provide some protection as you're replacing the roof. Like McLean said, when you're taking that roof off, there may be things that you see that need to be fixed with the skylights. But I think there would be a way to preserve those while we're replacing the roof.
I'm gonna probably ask a lot of questions that make no sense to anybody.
That's okay.
No.
So with the pool, systems and spaces, we brought in an expert when it comes to assessing those systems. So WTI was a part of this. That report, as Dan said, is part of our third exhibit. So that's in entirety for you. They provided their assessment, their list of recommendations, and associated costs all came from WTI, who's the expert in assessing those. What I would say is that initial investment is expensive because there's a lot of equipment that costs a lot that they're recommending that needs to be replaced just due to life expectancy. So that first year does have a lot of major pool-related equipment to be addressed.
Yeah, so think of the pumps, the piping in mechanical space. So even if you're able to utilize the pool, I mean, even think about the middle school pool, for example. There's a whole mechanical room under there that needs to be addressed and maintained, and that's a key part of our district facility study. And what we found is, you go into that mechanical room in this facility, and you can even see this picture here. There's some rusting pipes. There's some fittings that need to be replaced. And in the first year alone, we're looking at some $500,000 in order to really replace some of those outdated items and get it functioning to the degree that it really needs to be. So I think, and this is probably the big reveal, right? So when we start talking about pricing, we put all those factors together, and obviously, like we've emphasized before, there's a lot more to this report than what we initially said. Sorry. Oh, yeah, apologies on that.
The screen is cut off. Okay.
Yeah, so it's on my screen, it's available. So
You might have to just make your
I can make it smaller.
at the end so that people can see the whole picture.
Let's see. Okay, should be there now. Yep.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so if everyone's looking at that bottom right number, it's $13,110,467. That's the potential total investments in order to get the facility up to an operational level where you can host rec programming. And I would emphasize it's nothing fancy on top of that, right? So we're not looking at making this into a unique space for South Milwaukee's purposes per se. This would be the same level as if a third party doing other programming came in to occupy that space. Anybody buying that space would have to invest money into these purposes. So I'm going to expand it again just so that you can kind of see the other numbers in more detail. But you can see in year one alone, so really addressing some of those high level components, is some $8.3 million. In the next 3 years, probably looking at some $1.5 million. In the next 5, an additional 3.2. That's where you get that 13.1. And obviously there's a lot that goes into the pricing. And that's really where Jordan and Ryan, CG Schmidt team comes in and tries to work with what are some actual pricing that we have in the real world. And I'll turn to you guys to kind of talk about how you got those numbers.
Yeah, just to kind of give a high level, some of the assumptions that we made going into this and what our process is when we estimate a facility study like this. So we work very closely with McLean and his team, having our MEP estimators, our senior estimator and Jordan all walk the space and kind of helped identify things that needed to be on the list. McLean and EUA took that list and applied some of the scores. And then sent us that to have our estimators start putting numbers to this. When we look at it, we see it as a total project budget. And that's really broken up into two main pieces. It's the hard cost, which is construction of what it costs to hire subcontractors to do it. And the second part is the soft cost, which would be costs that the owner is going to incur as part of the project. That could be design fees, the abatement, any of the furniture or equipment that goes into the building that an owner would purchase. That budget there are dollars allocated in these budgets for those types of activities. There are two caveats with the asbestos abatement not having quantified what that would be. That is an exclusion that you'll see on the cover sheet. And then the unsuitable soils, as there hasn't been soil borings done to determine what's going to happen when you get into the ground. That also is an exclusion. But in these numbers, there are risk reserves set up both on that hard cost construction side as well as that owner side for contingency or risk reserves, which total about 15% of those hard construction costs. But those risk reserves are for the walls that you open up and find something that's not supposed to be there that you need to address. And that happens on every construction job. The unforeseens or the unknowns. Want to make sure that there's dollars allocated for those types of events, as well as escalation. The first year in 2026, you'll see a note that we anticipate inflation and account for inflation of 2%. And then as you move to the right, for the subsequent years, we had 4% inflation for each additional year of when that work would take place to try and account for what potential future costs and where they will be. We don't have a crystal ball, but right now with where we're seeing things in the market, that 4% per year is what we're using as a kind of conservative baseline. So be happy to get into any more detail with individual line items. The pool line item is one that WTI did help provide budgets for that we inputted into the document. But we'd be happy to talk about any specific item you saw that maybe was unclear.
So the pool's $1 million. Pool itself is 1,882.
1.8.
Correct. And that would be for mechanicals and other items, safety items.
And you place some stuff underneath the pool.
Yeah, I'll just repeat again. I appreciate that this isn't like trying to, make it look good. I mean, you're building in added costs, you're building in the permitting fees and everything else, that this is like a pretty legit estimate for what it is. I will say, 13 is Taylor Swift's favorite number. It might be a lucky omen for us.
I'm not.
That's talk to my daughter.
Oh, yeah, he's got daughters. He's
Yes.
got daughters.
So questions?
So if someone would buy this property, what's just the cost to take care of us before you could get it up and running?
So like 8.3, right? The 1 year is like to basically just
Yeah.
get occupancy is 8.3.
And then that doesn't include
Purchase of the building.
purchase of the building or equipment that needs to go in there. So whatever, right?
Yeah, we have very high quality fitness equipment available to the public here within our center. And that was some of the concern as the committee met, was making sure if there was going to be a replacement, that it would also have high quality equipment. So this does not include purchasing, quality fitness equipment, which is not inexpensive in any way, shape, or form. Those come with big ticket items. This does not include that either.
Yeah, so I mean, just for round numbers, just for help thinking about it tonight. So outfitting a gym could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. We would say gym equipment, office equipment, all things included, you probably, let's just say $1 million extra. So keep that in mind as you're looking at these numbers. The purchase price of the facility, which current asking price is $4.9 million. And then you have an additional $1 million for for additional items, fitness equipment, et cetera.
As well, the
And then-
report, it includes all kinds of soft costs that it's not exactly, this was not factoring high quality fitness equipment in, just to clarify that. Yeah, there,
Yep,
go
right,
ahead. So,
yep, and then staffing, obviously.
yeah.
Yeah, but
And then there's operational costs on top of this,
Yep.
right?
And any one little thing could slow you down, like if you had asbestos under a tile here or
Yeah.
something around a pipe. I think you said there, all the piping is Steve, what is it, like cast iron? So the building's so long that maybe even that might be kind of on the iffy side.
The recommendation that a lot of the insulation had been removed from the chilled water pipes and a lot of the mechanical piping, that it's past its useful life. Yeah.
And there is some cast iron drainage pipes, underground pipes. I mean, that wouldn't be uncommon for when the building was built. We don't do investigative like scoping of pipes, but we'd recommend that that would be something you could do to make sure things are in good condition or aren't broken.
I learned that in my house. It's good to get that stuff.
And I would just emphasize, one could look at this and say there's maybe some fluctuation in some of the numbers, right? Maybe the roofing wouldn't cost as much as what's listed here. Well, in the same vein, something else would likely cost more, right? So I think it's fair to say that the board would be looking at an investment of some $13 million in this facility, whether some items are more, some items are less.
Yeah, I'm going to 90s, and they just would keep asphalt.
It's in pretty poor condition. I mean, I think you could use it right now, but it's. So, yeah, I mean, in our costs, we do have full replacement of the parking lot within the first 5 years.
I think something that's concerning is the ones and the twos, and there's a lot of them, and that's all, everything is in just such a short timeline. I know when we think about, like your furnace at home and, it's got a 20-year, like, my water heater lasted about 30 years. And I was like, yeah, but everything, there's so many ones and twos where that, like, even if it goes past its life expectancy, it's not gonna go past it a whole lot, and everything is kind of hitting the checkbook at the same time. And I think from, we think about right now is one thing, that, like, what is this gonna cost us now? But then you're replacing everything now, which means 20 years from now, you're going through and you're gonna be replacing like almost everything again. And so that's, that's something that we're hearing from our community, something that, we've talked about in sessions before where, yeah, it's just not the purchase price today, but, I mean, we have to be, good fiscal agents, and 20 years from now, it looks like you're, yeah, kind of in a not a great situation.
And I would also emphasize with that, and one could defer maintenance, right? But that the cost is the cost, right? And then you
Right.
have, like Ryan said, inflationary costs that potentially make it more and also just exacerbate the issue in the future. So if you if we were to look at this report and move items around, it could actually just make things worse. So a lot of those costs really would be in year one. A lot of those costs really are within the first 5 years, because many of these building components have simply been deferred, and then it would be on to whoever owns the facility next to maintain it.
Well said. That was one of my takeaways. I was thinking about it from like a homeowner's perspective. You can buy a house built in the 1930s, but like if the previous owners added insulation and like, took out the old oil burning furnace and put in them, like it's an old building, but like it's been well maintained, good mechanicals. This thing looks like it hasn't been touched in the decades it's been closed, and just the mechanicals are just shot. Or again, the reference back to my daughter, it's cooked, bro, is I think what she might say.
That's excellent.
That's nice. That's great. Thank you. Taylor Swift reference and.
That's what I bring.
Some teenage slang.
Bruh. I think it's bruh.
Yeah.
BRUH.
Yeah. And again, that was the intention of hiring a
Yes.
professional agency, was really to make sure that you got a thorough report.
Right.
Right? It's to make sure that there's not we can just stick a Band-Aid on that, because that's not how we do anything for the buildings we currently own, and certainly not how we do anything to maintain something and plan for its long-term fiscal health and its long-term
Right.
sustainability as a building, if the board were to move forward with this project, right? And I think the school board of Cudahy, although they haven't yet publicly discussed this, I do believe they're sitting in, the same disappointment at the level of this report. And as much as there's some need in both communities to provide some additional services, there's also that, if this isn't the right opportunity or the right time, there's, not to say something won't happen in the future too.
Yeah. And I think, we've been hearing so many public comments about the condition of the building, which is very much appreciated. And again, we listen, but it's important to hire, a team of experts to really go in there, and so that we can make a truly informed decision. We don't make decisions, and agreements on napkins here. This was an important step in the process, for sure. And again, yeah. Other questions, comments? Unfortunately, we cannot, no, I'm sorry. Public comments, we can only have public comments during the public comment section. If you would like to, maybe submit a question to, the district through our website, or if you want to stay after, maybe, connect with, Deidre, that would be fine. Other things?
Just provide a quick summary here. So essentially, the total cost for year one, we could look at potentially some $8.3 million in year one alone. That figure would likely increase as you tear down walls, you find out other factors. Think about the various construction projects we've done in this district. You go in that parking lot and you find, hey, there's more gravel that's needed, et cetera.
So, can I stop you? Do you guys agree with that statement? Because if you put all these numbers together, did you account for some of that unknown, the unforeseen conditions? Or do you think that it really will go above 1.3? I know you don't have a crystal ball, like you said. But if we have a number that we're supposed to be looking at, I want to make sure that's the number, not.
Yeah, based on our experience, we've built in those risk reserves, and would expect it to come in very close to that 8.3 based on the scope that's been defined, and how it's been structured in that year one.
Just heard asbestos abatement is not included in there, and we know there's asbestos, so the cost will be higher, right? But the scope doesn't include that, so that makes sense.
And are these numbers basically, at least in first year, are those considered what is necessary to get it code compliant and occupiable?
So in the report, for your reference and kind of towards the end of the executive summary, we put together that priority list of year 1, year 3, year 5 recommendations, and you have to start somewhere, right? So EUA puts together our best recommendations based off of our condition assessment of those elements, life expectancies. Really, the idea is to allow the building to be fully occupied, allow all the spaces to be used and function as they're designed to be used, and to make the building feel like a newer building. I'm not saying it's going to look and feel like a new building, but it's going to be fully accessible. It's going to be a healthy building. It's going to be fully functional and feel and look like a newer building.
You offhand know the sprinkler system, what that cost will be for the entire building?
Yep.
I don't
Think
know.
about, I think we have $260,000 allocated for that.
It's in the report under.
Line item. It actually wasn't that much. I was surprised compared
Yeah,
to.
it's interesting. I thought that would have been a very large amount.
I heard a number earlier tonight, and that may have included the ceiling replacement and light replacement, which typically happens at the same time that you're adding a sprinkler system. In our analysis of it, we have a separate line for ceiling replacements and light fixture replacements. So we have that separated out from the fire protection work itself.
And I know, like, again, like the parking lot, a lot of people have made comments on it. That actually wasn't that big of a cost to redo, but there's just so much mechanicals.
There's so much. Just
That
everything,
is,
right?
that's where the cost, if you just kind of scroll through the real line by line breakdown, you can see those real big ticket items, and it's not the obvious stuff you see when you look at it. It's not the sprinkler system, it's not the parking lot. It's piping and pumps and just it's a lot of mechanical stuff.
So when we started on this journey, which it's been a journey, you know, we look and we can talk a little bit about like the why we wanted to do this. But I think when we really looked at what we could do and what we could possibly afford and what we could ask our community, we started with this $10 million. That was kind of this, we did cost analysis. We did what would this impact the community? What would it cost increase on our taxes? And, what would be kind of a reasonable ask? And so that was kind of where we started. And we felt comfortable kind of going down that journey just based on a little bit of information we had, and then kind of bringing you guys in and seeing this report. I think we all came into this very open-minded and let you guys do. I mean, maybe Brian has a little bit more of a background in engineering than the rest of us. Helped remodel my bathroom, but what to expect, right? And so again, bringing you guys in to really kind of truly share with us where we are. And I didn't come into this journey with a number. I just needed to see what you guys had. And this is not, I don't want to say I wasn't expecting it, but I guess I just was waiting for the facts and the data. And this is not what we had hoped for as a board. I think I can safely say that. I mean, I think, we really looked at this as an opportunity to truly expand resources and services to our students, and as part of that, expand resources and services to our community. This wasn't let's build a community center or for our community. This was really for us as a district. And that was kind of our driving motive. And then the added value was really how do we, share with the community. And this is a lot.
Can I add to that just a little
Yes,
bit,
please.
Sophia? Long before I worked here, right? The board and many of you weren't even on the board at the time had started setting up, Sophia was. it started setting aside
Yeah.
dollars
Yes.
to be able to do this, right? Patrick was
Yeah.
too. And the intention was to provide those services to the community. We are responsible for community recreation services. Again, in some communities, it's run through the city and some through the school district. We are responsible for those services. And
And
so,
I'll just jump
yeah.
in really quick. And to honor, kind of that original
Yes,
referendum.
for
of
sure.
Bringing.
Yeah.
All of us are in it
Yeah.
together. Yes.
Yeah. And as part of our strategic plan, it was to get that committee together, made up primarily of community members who could say, does this community actually need nor want a recreation center? And if so, what should be in it? And that committee went on for some time. And the fear at the end of that was that the building new was looking at some $48 million plus, and that felt like way too heavy of a price tag. And so that is where that committee and the board asked to see if there was an option out there that was just far more reasonable that could still do some of those same things. And that is what started some of this exploration around this particular facility. And this is, now this doesn't seem as cost efficient at all. And nor are we ready to talk about building anything new,
Right.
because I think we're hearing feedback right now that now is just not the right time to be exploring some of those things. And so I think that's an important thing
Yeah.
to note as well, as the reason that you went down exploring potentially even using the old YMCA was to try to find a more cost efficient
Mhm.
way to provide some of those same services to the community. And the safety conversation about also closing some of the
Yeah.
facilities during the day had been happening, as parallel tracks for a
Mhm.
very long time. So how do you do all the things? And the hope was this was the way to do all the things, but I think those dollars are indicating this is maybe not. The board has to make that decision. I don't get to vote on that, but
Yeah.
that's the thing you guys have to decide.
And so and it's 10 o'clock, so I do want to be very mindful of everybody here. So this is not an actionable item for us tonight, but I do, I guess, just kind of want to go around and get a sense of, again, no, I don't want to,
That's
we can't because
voting,
that would be
right?
voting.
That's voting.
No, we can't vote, so it's not a thumbs up. But I guess is there, is there anybody that would like to continue discussing a $13 million option?
More than 13.
More than
Right?
13,
That
yes,
does not
but
include
yes, right, because yes. I'm trying to think of the best way to say this because again, we're not in a position to really go to vote, but yeah, this is.
I think you also have to just take into account that Cudahy is also having their board
Correct.
meeting on
Yes.
Monday.
Yes.
And so they
Right.
haven't yet had the opportunity to have some. of the same
Correct.
discussion.
So for us, we can't make any decisions tonight. We definitely, as next steps,
But I have the report.
they have the report.
Okay.
Yes, they do. And their
Make
board
sure.
meeting is on the 26th.
On Monday, yeah.
So they will be reviewing that. So so yeah, again, this is 13 plus. I mean, we heard, a million here, a million there. So we're throwing out millions like they're nickels and dimes. Is there anybody who feels like this is, nope, I'm not gonna ask that either because that's a votable question.
Then maybe,
And
do you want to weigh in on the board's
well,
next steps? Do you want me to do that? Okay.
I think actually the best next step really is for us to request a meeting, that we would possibly meet on the 26th and we can meet with our attorney. And just so everybody knows, we have an attorney who has been looking at all of the legalese of this and has providing guidance. And so there are some requirements of us that if we were to decide to not move forward, then we need to really work with our attorney to discuss those steps. That would be a closed session meeting. Does everybody feel like that is where we would want to be on Monday? Like, is that
You clarify.
yeah, so, I mean, so we're not in a position to make a decision tonight, but we would need to make a decision based on timeline as to what our next steps are. And really looking at, what our possible next steps that we've heard today are. We really have the option to, not move forward with this. So we can just say, no, thank you. But again, we've got some legal things that we would need to talk to our lawyer about because there's an agreement, and Jen, jump in and if I'm saying anything wrong. So we would really need to consult with our attorney to discuss how we would move forward with terminating this process. We could talk about, we feel like we've heard from the community, we've heard a lot of comments about take this to referendum. So that is something that we could discuss as well. But then that's, from a timeline perspective, we would have to, that's the month that we would have to consider going to referendum. And then we could, as a board, decide to move forward with this and do the tax levy and then meeting of the electors and things like that. So those are like really truly our three options right now. And again, because we really aren't in a position to talk about that, I do think it is important for us to meet with our attorney and to go through kind of what this means and again, kind of get into those details and then what is, the direction we want to go in and then what legal action do we take as a next step? Jen? Yes?
That would work. My question to you then would be after the closed session, would you like to have an open session so that you could take action in terms of the result of
Right,
what you
right,
would
right.
like to do so that
Right.
that's known in public on Monday?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm still waiting on the phone pieces of the agreement, mainly the assignment.
correct, which we do not have.
I personally would really like to see how that comes in as well. I want to have as much information as I can at this point still.
So from a timeline perspective, we don't have the assessment. I'm gonna just kind of put this out as a piece of information because, we can't, we know the asking price for the facility is 4.9. And we know, every step of the way, and Jen can caution my language with regards to open session, conversations and closed session, but it's been a very non-negotiable standpoint.
From the
From a
seller's
seller's
perspective.
standpoint, right? So now, again, that's all a closed session discussion about negotiating purchase price, what's the assessment? But we're also kind of starting to run out of time because we have until, please refresh my memory. on
Monday.
Monday with
Yeah.
our agreements.
Correct.
With, the seller.
Yep.
So if we're going to consider waiting for an assessment and then have a discussion on what do we do with that? We have to ask for an extension and we don't know that we'll get an extension.
And if you wouldn't give us an extension the next day, how much money does he get to keep of ours?
None.
None.
Okay.
What I
That
do
is-
also.
Yeah.
And what I want to kind of just put out here is just a caution. Every conversation that we have had with this board and this community has been $10 million. And so, we have far exceeded that. And I'm one of 7, but I'm gonna share my one, and that is we have far exceeded what we have asked from our community, and we have heard multiple nights, that, I mean, again, there was opposition, there was go to referendum, that was at 10 million. And now here we are talking about 13 million and a whole bunch of other extras. That doesn't include any conversations about really truly the cost of purchasing equipment for the space. What is the operational cost? So we haven't even gone down that path. So, yeah.
Yeah, the preliminary agreement, right? It would be, I think, a recommendation for the board to take formal action to terminate that or go forward, but that again is a discussion with the attorneys. But the other option is just simply to put pause on a lot of this. There's a boatload of information and a boatload not. What the preliminary agreement secured you was the idea that the seller of that building was not going to put it out to market.
Mhm.
And given what we know now, perhaps go ahead and put it out to market and the public, and if it's still available, further down the road, or if there's a different timeline that works, right? The board could always reconsider and re-engaging in it at a future date as well, right? Because who knows what the difference will be between now and later on. The preliminary agreement just secured the idea that giving you time to discover and collect information secured that time where it can't go out to public market. So just slowing down the whole thing and also just letting it, kind of move forward as it naturally would, and then making a decision at a later time. If you choose to re-engage in it, that is also something you can do. I do think the community would like a definitive answer on kind of what's happening in the next few months, one way or the other, sooner than later.
So let me just kind of go back to Brian's point. So you're looking for an assessment to, hold on a second, let me start here. So you would like to see, and I just want to make sure everybody's voice is heard in this process. So Brian, from your perspective, you would like to see an assessment to be another piece of the data point to help make a decision.
Yes.
Okay.
Along with potentially operational costs, because we have not seen anything on that yet. And I realize that is potentially another step that maybe we don't want to go to at this point, but I want a full picture.
Okay. Are there others here who feel, again, I picked, we talk about the 26th because we know that's kind of the timeline from
If you're going to choose to put a referendum question on the ballot in April, the last date to do so is January 27th. So if that timeline comes and goes, then there is no opportunity for the board to choose to put a referendum question on the ballot for April. Again, there's nothing that says you can't do that at a future date, but that's the date by which you would have to decide that in order to put a question on the ballot in April.
And then with regards to an extension, we could ask for an extension, or we could even just let that fall apart.
Yeah.
And then just kind of see what happens.
I think that's where it would be advisable to
Right,
take that into a
mhm.
closed session with your
Yep.
attorney
Yep.
versus,
Yep.
the public discussion on some of those things.
Are there others who need to see the assessments and operational costs to make a decision? Go ahead.
Appraisal. I heard assessment.
Or assessment,
Sorry,
appraisal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like,
I know, yeah, sorry.
I apologize.
No, that's,
so do we know why that's lagging?
it was just a delay in the process.
Okay.
So I think it was
The
supposed to be-
appraisal needed to wait until after they had completed their work. That's sort of the standard operating
Okay.
procedure when you do one of these things. I will say that we did have an appraiser go out and look at the facility who may or may not be able to get us a report going forward, and we may have to engage somebody else. So that might take a little longer than originally expected.
It was already.
Somebody has gone out and looked at it, but we are awaiting some updated information on that. And we do have some early indications that that person may not be able to complete the appraisal process, Brian, and therefore, if we wanted to continue, we'd need to engage somebody else to do the appraisal.
So I just want to kind of go.
Changes the calculus.
Okay,
What was that?
that changes
That
your,
changes the calculus a little bit. then.
yeah, okay.
I thought it was already in process.
Okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
apologies, right, Dan's been in communication with them today, and it was our original intention and the due date was Friday.
Yes.
And we are back and forth on what that means, but it is looking highly likely that we're gonna need to find a different appraiser if you do in fact want to consider moving forward and getting an appraisal of the building. But that is the reason it took the length of time that it did, is they wait till this report so that they're appraising whatever you intend to do to get it up to code versus its current condition, right? And every appraiser, I mean, you guys are the experts in this far more than me, so I'll lean into you a little bit. You guys work with appraisal companies all the time, but I think they do use your information in order to make some of those assessments as they're giving you a dollar estimate of what the building would be worth.
There's nodding heads for the record.
Yes,
It's 10:20.
It is also these guys who also do not normally work this late, so everybody I think is getting a little tight.
Nope, and we all get a little punchy
Yeah.
about around this time. So, so does that change your thought process a little bit? Or is that? I mean, it's still something you want to see?
Fine with then going through with what you were suggesting without
Okay.
this appraisal.
Okay. How How does everybody feel about that? So then what we would do is we would request to meet a closed session on the 26th and basically review all the data points that we have and then make a decision on how we would move forward. Or we would ask our attorney to be there with us so that we can, yep, all of that good
Done.
stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe take a look at the facility report.
Yeah. We would do a closed session, that part, yep. And that's where we can hash this out. I'm assuming, yeah, I'm not gonna
But
assume.
followed by open session.
Yeah, so then that's the question that Jen asked. Then would everybody be comfortable then moving into open session so that we can share with the community what our next steps
I
are?
think that's the most important, because just to have some clarity for everyone.
Yeah. And again, there's, I mean, that's where we can even talk about, right? Like Brian, to your point, like we want, we still want to pursue some of these data points. And so what would that look like if we were to ask for operational costs and appraisal? And, we're in this weird sticky spot where we've got to make some decisions with regards to referendum or canceling an agreement. And that's why we have a wonderful attorney that comes and consults with us and helps guide us through that. So it seems like we really are at that point. And then, yeah. Which we also have a lovely, wonderful, knowledgeable attorney here at the table. So everybody feels good about that? Okay, and then so closed session and then followed by open session, Jen? I'm assuming.
And just for
Ready?
anyone who might still be listening, thank you for sticking this out with us this late. And for
Yes.
those in the audience, you have to notice board meetings in a particular amount of time. So
Yep.
it would be near impossible to get something,
Soon.
like you can't put a board meeting on the agenda or those meetings for tomorrow. Nobody does that on Friday. So that is why Monday would be your next available date to do some of those things.
Okay,
All right. That was fun.
okay.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for making stop.
He's gonna sit. This guy.
Small world sometimes, right? Thank you all for coming and staying this late.
Yeah, we do still have other agenda
know,
items.
sure
You're
we
welcome
do.
to stay and talk about some of those, but I believe we got to the one most people came for, so.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you guys
very
also
much.
for being and doing all of this crazy work. Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
also take advantage of the rest of we do have to do open
Stay.
nights,
Take
so
take
that-
about $8 million to get that place up. going.
but if you want to table student representative policy, that's.
Yep.
Yep,
Mhm.
figured.
Bring it
But we
to
have to
the
do
next
open enrollment seats tonight. It's the last meeting in January. Just want to meet again next week.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope. Yeah.
Going.
Yeah.
5-minute break and then we still have an
Okay, well, I
agenda
think a
item.
number of people want
We're
to.
not done. We are not done.
Yes, right.
We are not done. We still need to do open enrollment. So please take a 5-minute break.
He's like, when we have.
And then-
Open enrollment, I don't know if you're gonna do the students.
We are not.
Passing on that, and then, closed session.
We have a closed session. Where's the pizza? This is cut.
Hey.
This is cut.
Thank you. No, it's all about due diligence and.
Like you have, I think it's a section.
Well, we tried.
Yes, sir.
I guess stick around.
Being there,
I worked out for years.
Yeah.
As a scientific manager.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's where they want their field. It was like, oh, but, and they're right, they
Yeah.
based on what we did all of it.
But it's what you do in.
Yeah.
in the small.
So how are you?
I don't like
Work from home on Fridays then when the school gets canceled like that?
I don't know.
It's not that I live very far, easily get here, but it's not just.
It's just the whole,
You get as much done there as you do here anyway.
I work from home every day.
It's just like that.
Have a good night, sir.
I'd like to comment on an operating budget. Have you guys prepared an operating budget as to what it's gonna cost to run and what the revenue will be?
Not yet. That's one
Yeah.
data point that we
That's
haven't.
a quarter to don't, operate at a loss.
That could very well.
So then you're gonna have to have more taxes to cover the operating losses. I mean, that's not gonna operate at a profit.
It's all about getting the data.
That's it.
That's all we can do,
That's
you
it.
know? So, yeah, and some of us have,
Yeah.
you know,
You did-
more
you
knowledge
did your
in some
job.
areas and others, and so.
Yes.
I
Are you on the school board? You a member of the school?
I'm still working.
Good.
This lady, the other lady.
She is. The woman that sits to my left is our superintendent.
Oh.
Yes, yes.
Oh, did you?
So we hired her to run the show. Yeah,
Yes.
I think we did pretty good.
Yes.
I feel like we did a pretty good
I
job.
it probably just slipped over time.
No, I did a little bit of research while we were doing that.
Good job.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I just,
It is American flag to the left,
okay,
Yeah.
and they can be like,
maybe?
I don't really
yeah, as long as they're not on the same.
So,
Okay.
you know.
Okay.
I had that on my list to look at maybe tomorrow.
Nice. I wrote it down too.
Big old capital letters. Flag.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay. I'm with you.
You're sticking it out.
I am.
Yes, good.
Julia.
We really, this is not like a trial or anything. We really try not to let them go on this late normally.
But sometimes I do.
Sometimes they do.
Okay, open enrollment. Take it away.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is open enrollment for next school year for 26-27. So as you know, the school board is required by state law to designate open enrollment seats in January. You are not allowed to wait until later. Maybe have more information. You have to do it in January. And the reason you have to do it in January is because start the first Monday in February. So people need to know, people are limited to only applying to 3 districts. So potential new students need to know, if I want to apply to this district, do they even have seats available at the grade level that I'm looking for or not? So it helps them informed and make their decisions. So the recommendation that we have today is twofold. One, that we are asking the board to specifically allow anybody that's attending right now to be approved for open enrollment for next year. And the reason that we do that is because the way we have to designate open enrollment seats is we have to look at what's our projected FTE or class sizes, or how many sections of a certain grade level that we will have. What's our projected enrollment? What's our criterion, which basically is what's our class size limit for the purpose of open enrollment? Because we know that we need to put a limit on there because we may get more resident students. So we want to make sure that our open enrollment criterion is a little bit lower than what we would typically want in that classroom. And then we look at our projected enrollment, and then we compare it all, and that tells you how many open enrollment seats you have. Because our currently attending students are already included in those numbers, it makes sense then to automatically include them because we're already projecting them to have a seat for next year. So that's number one. If you can please approve to our currently attending students do that, and that's our typical process. And then you can see our grade level general education seats available as we have listed there on the memo. It's 83 seats. At the different grade levels. And again, that's based on our projected enrollment and our projected FTE at those grade levels. You will see that we are not recommending any special education program seats right now. And really that's come with a really careful consideration. Carrie took some time and really dove into the DPI workload recommendations. And that takes into account the number of students that you have, additional like going into or inclusion classrooms, other work that they are doing in terms of working with other teachers, maybe they're speech and things of that nature. So it takes all of that into account and then looking at the caseload. So we've dropped our workload and then by extension, our caseloads more than we have in the past. So that our special education teachers can really spend the time that they need with the students and be able to have a more manageable workload than maybe they've had in the past. And so that's why when we did our calculations, then did not have room for any grade level, any area in the special education. A couple areas that we're keeping an eye on. We have one higher class size at Luther that we're really looking at. We remember that AGR is at Lakeview and at least one grade level has to be under the 18 average because that's how we fund one of the teachers is through AGR. So we keep an eye on that. And then really happy about our class size averages right now that we're looking at next year, 19 to 28 across all elementaries. That's really when I look at our comps in the area, that's average to low. We are definitely not on the high side at our elementary class size in East Reach of the imagination. So really happy to be able to share that. Middle school and high school is a little bit harder because we vary so much, whether it's a core area class or a special area or an elective, things of that nature. So that's a little bit harder to track, but again, we look really good there. And then lastly, you'll see on the chart what's our percentage open enrollment at the different schools and overall. So our percentage in open enrollment overall is about 13%. So about 13% of our students come elsewhere. And as you know, a good number of those students may have started in South Milwaukee as a resident and moved out and wanted to continue and stay here. So that number is not broken out in the 13%. So I'll take any questions, but other than that, there's a really long motion, and DPI does require us to read the really long motion.
I love it.
This is the
Yes.
one where I have to read it word for word.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Big classes at Luther, at what point do we talk about splitting and adding a teacher?
We really take a good look at that in that, and we also look at the grade configurations and observing teachers that we have there, because again, the class size average there is 19. So we have some FTE and we have some options that we can explore, and those are things that we'll continue to take a look at. We don't have any magic. We hit this number, we automatically hire a new teacher.
We also look at, again, the enrollment trends for the past couple of years. So last year when we made the decision that we needed to add a teacher at Luther, it was because for the last 3 years, we had taken in, so many kids between August 15th and September 15th in those grade levels at Rawson. And therefore there would be a high likelihood that we would be well over what would be considered a reasonable class size by the time we got to that. And so some of that you look at those numbers as well, or we'll start to get some information in the spring. Our principals are pretty good about reaching out to families and saying, hey, do you have the intention of coming back? Are you moving out of the area? Whatever their family choice is, so that we can start making sure oh, hey, I'm really concerned. I have, 6 new enrollments in the summer and nobody says they're leaving. That's probably a time we're going to sit down with the principal and say, okay, we got to figure out a plan here to make sure we know what we're doing. The sooner we can do that, the better, because obviously hiring a good high quality teacher is not always the easiest thing to find, as there's a teacher shortage, but we were very successful at making that transition sort of at a later date this year. And so we look at that stuff all the time.
You also remember that these numbers are for the purpose of open enrollment. So we always want to be more conservative on our staffing, that we not put in an extra teacher there, because in case the board at some point decides not to do that, we have all these open enrollment seats available at that grade level. So we're always more conservative now, and if we're going to hire or do something more, we take a look when we have a better idea of student enrollment, and not in January for September.
At what point do you have a better idea of student enrollment? Because I just hate the idea of okay, we're 1 week into the school year. Shoot, we need
No. That's as Dean mentioned, in the spring,
We do it in the,
usually start then saying, okay, we have 27 students. Do we know if all 27 are
Right.
ready? Or do we have anybody move out? Or do we
Right.
know, has anybody contacted the school and saying we want to move in at that grade level? And knowing that that's not really 27, it's really 29 or 30 or 31. So those are all the things that we start to do in the spring. We would never want to wait until September.
Because then you have to
People are
divvy
signing
back out
contracts,
the,
like, what are you left to?
right,
interview?
finding a teacher, and then kids also get settled in a classroom, and you certainly don't want to be like, just kidding, this is actually your teacher. And we've had to do that in the past before because we get we are more mobile than we used to be. So we do get a lot of enrollment during the school year, and then you just have to adjust as best you can during the school year. But like a good example, Andy, was last summer, we had a couple classes at Luther and this classroom at Rawson in that third grade that we were on like what we would call kind of a watch list. So we checked enrollment every day, and then we did that in 4K. And so the registrar, that's part of centralizing the systems around the registrar so that it's all here. And it's not 2 kids came in, 1 kid went out, and we can't really, we don't on the daily manage it every day. We got numbers at the end of every single day. Anybody enroll today? Anybody in third grade at Rawson? Anybody in these classes at Luther? Okay, let's check again tomorrow. And we did that literally every day for a while all summer just to make sure we thought, okay, we feel confident that these are going to be the numbers that first as school opens. And then again, we've seen a couple of the ones at Luther that were really inching into that 29. We're not looking at any of those numbers now because we had a couple of kids leave. And then Rawson stayed pretty stable. So it was the smart idea to add the teacher when we did because those numbers have stayed pretty consistent at Rawson. A little movement here and there, but overall, we certainly didn't want, classes of 32 and 34, which is what they would have ended up at Rawson if we hadn't added that teacher in the third grade. So we watch it literally every day because the sooner we can know, the sooner I can start looking for a teacher because otherwise you're just not going to find one. And again, we've been lucky in recent years, again, as you guys saw 2 teachers who had to move on mid-year for their own personal reasons. We were able to quickly rehire people, but that is not the case everywhere in our neighboring districts right now.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion. Patrick, you want to read the motion?
Oh, it's E. I move that the board approve align all students who attended as students in 2025, 2026 be allowed in the open enrollment program in the 2026 and 2027 school year. Additionally, that the board approve the class size criteria for each grade level and special education staffing limitations for the basis as provided in the memos today, resulting in new open enrollment seats for 2026, 2027 as follows, for a total of 83 new seats. General education open enrollment seats as follows: 4K, 3 seats, 5K, 8 seats, first grade, 6 seats, second grade, 0 seats, third grade, 6 seats, fourth grade, 8 seats, fifth grade, 5 seats, sixth grade, 11 seats, seventh grade, 12 seats, eighth grade, 0 seats, ninth grade, 24 seats, 10th grade, 0 seats, 11th grade, 0 seats, 12th grade, 0 seats. New seats in the special education program as follows: no new seats in any specific special education areas and grade levels. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll. Ford.
Aye.
Giudice.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Vince.
Aye.
Charles-E.
Aye.
Simmons.
Aye.
Aye. We are going to table item F. And, can we please,
Oh, yeah.
would you please read them?
Yes.
Closed session.
Absolutely. I move that the board move into closed session at 10:38 PM pursuant to the Wisconsin statute section 19.851E to deliberate or negotiate the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session to discuss teacher, secretary, and paraprofessional negotiations.
In a second,
Second.
roll.
McFord.
Aye.
Jukuso.
Aye.
Hanson.
Aye.
Hintz.
Aye.
Drowsky.
Aye.
Simmons.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye. Thank you very much for coming
Okay.
tonight.